Right, see if we're on. Bear with me, I check and see if I'm on here. Yep, I think we're on. Hello, people. Right, where was I? Right, tonight, I said I'll go through these 10 reasons, and John, I'll send you the link. Teen, I'll send you the link in a wee minute as well. Martin Leakey, how you doing, man? Steph and Travis, Frankie Boyle wasn't exaggerating about Dundee. I mean, I don't know what that is, Stephen. So as I say, I'll go through these 10 globe proofs tonight, just have a wee look at them. I'll look at them honestly, but I'm not saying I'm not going to laugh, but I will look at them honestly. So what was I going to say there? Sorry, something caught my attention. As I say, everything, again, everything's opened. If you want to make a point, talk about whatever you like, it's here. We'll go through some of the social aspects, obviously. There was a comment that was made earlier I'm going to say just now to remind myself, and it was by Mr. Deeds, I think. 2 seconds. I'll just have a wee check in the chat while that's coming up. Marion Summer, hello. Amanda, hello. Semtech UK, hello. Markovsky, how's it going? Brandon Cook, Tone Overdrive, Jonah Worms. Where are we? So this was from Mr. Deeds earlier, and it's a really good point. It's something I want to bring up, tonight. You cannot approach people who think differently with reason and logic if they don't know what that means. First, you have to appeal to their values to start with. If you attack them, you lose them. You can either have one guy lifting £1 billion by himself, and it takes many years of planning and preparation, or you can have 1 billion people each lifting £1, and it takes a mere moment. This is a power of unity, and that's what this movement needs. I'm not sure about the word movement, but it's a great comment. And that's what I said at the beginning. There's so many various minds at different levels, and really you need, all these different personalities, because they will appeal to, many folk. And that's what I see in this whole thing. There's a personality there for everybody, if that's what people are after. But the most important thing for me is that the personalities are pushing the truth. So, hang on. I just need to send this link. Bear with me. Shut up. So when I play this 10 best proofs that the Earth's a fucking nature-defying globe, it'll not be video. I'm not going to video share in case of copyright, but I'll just play the sound of it. But I'll link the actual video. I'm sure many of you have seen it before. So, and obviously other, social aspects of this whole thing, personalities, and other discussion. So we'll just see what happens as usual. I usually just kind of wing it and take it as it happens. So, and again, feel free to join. Anybody who's looking for it, we can send you the link and an email, and we'll sort out the email address in a wee second. So I can hear a noise.
That's me, Dil.
John.
How you doing?
How are you?
Good. Are you winging it?
Yes, as usual.
Now I've forgotten. Is it on the YouTube as well?
Yeah, you go to YouTube, you can view the chat.
Yeah.
You just need to turn the volume down, obviously.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I can't. Oh, I see it. Got you. Right. Excellent, though.
I see you opted out of the whole mask thing then, eh?
I did, yes, yeah.
I wanted to talk about
Uh-huh.
that. I know you were saying you were thinking about coming on with a mask and stuff, and you obviously had concerns that people would look at it as a joke. Oh, that's your camera on. You better watch.
Is it?
You seen you there a wee bit. You better watch. I'll see you.
We can't be having that then, can we?
I mean, you were saying about coming on with a mask. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what you look like, what you're sitting there wearing. You know, I sit and wear a bonnet. Does that mean that what I'm saying is not relevant? You know?
That's okay for people who've got a bit of respect. But if you've got an agenda and you want to make it, it's a bit of an easy target, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You sorted your camera out there.
I think we're nice.
Oh, sorry, I muted that there just for the noise, John. Hold on. Are you back? No, hang on. See, I had this problem before with the mute, and then you can't unmute it again. So do you know how to unmute?
That function's disabled at my end. I can't do that. Maybe John's got to do it himself.
John, I think you might need to click the mute button. Technical difficulties there. You back?
That's it.
That's it. Cool. So I was saying, you know, it wouldn't matter if you were sitting there in a monkey suit. It should be what you're saying that's important. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was saying I never thought twice about people that I can't see on screen. As I say, it's not important to me, but it seems to be to some people.
You know, as I say, everybody's at varying levels. Just at that the comment Mr. D's made, you know, sometimes you need to appeal to people in different levels or capture them on a different level. And I'm really guilty of that sometimes. But that's why I done some of the videos that I had done. You know, just by saying, oh, logics, natural science, reasoning, and, you know, sorting it out that it's a straightforward question. It's easy for me to say that because that's where I am, you know, but, you know, can't expect it for everybody else.
No. And I think you will get a variety of views eventually. I think the more people do come on. But yeah, as long as people are open and respectful.
That's it. We're saying that, you know, get a character for everybody. But it's not the character that's important, you know. It's the message.
So did you have a look at those 10 things on the YouTube?
I had a wee quick look again. You know, it's been a while since I refreshed myself with the 10 best proofs.
Yeah, 10 commandments.
Did you have a look at it?
Yes, quite basic ones as well, but not exactly empirical proofs either.
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to play it from my end, you know, just the volume side of it, and I'll pause it after each one, and we can relate it from that, you know. As I say, I'm not promising that I'm not going to laugh.
No,
I said I would give it an honest look, and you know.
I mean, I've heard more sophisticated arguments for the heliocentric model, but yeah, I think some of those are quite laughable.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if there's anything else that you think we should bring up, any other claims that it makes or proofs that it offers, then we'll bring it up.
I mean, I'll let Ali speak to you for himself, but yeah, he said some interesting things I hadn't thought of before.
Right.
I'm very, very careful about my own cognitive dissonance as it was when I first heard the subject.
Yeah.
So from now on, I'm very careful not to dismiss anything and to try and be honest and look at it. And yeah, he not that he believes the Earth is round, but there's some other things I'll let him explain himself. And I thought, all right, I'm not going to dismiss that straight away. I'll have to really look into that. But it was quite good. It's quite good hearing things that I hadn't thought of before. You know.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm open to. If anybody's got anything new to offer, then by all means, we're all looking for the answer, the truth. So, I'm not, as I say, I'm not committed to being anything.
Yeah, and I think people need to know as well. It's not a battle. You want somebody to come on or something to make you think, oh God, of course, yeah, that does prove it, or that is solid evidence that I should admit.
Well, that's the whole thing. I've said that from the beginning to people to try and understand that when you hear this word debate being bandied about, a debate implies argument, which to me implies, somebody's ideas against somebody else's ideas. When it comes to natural science, you don't really debate it. There's nothing to debate. And for me, natural science will clear it up right away. For me, that's what it has to come under. It has to be repeatable, observable, and testable. That's for life. In all aspects of my life, always has been. Somebody's making a claim about anything. Show me. Don't just say these things or give me a long-winded explanation. I need actual proof.
Well, I was kind of thinking along those lines before I came across your channel, so that's why I felt great. Here's somebody who's asking the same questions and it's not buying into it because there's not enough sufficient evidence. I know somebody commented on your video there. I did reply to them, but they've replied again, so I haven't had time yet. But there was an assertion that people was up your arse sort of thing, just agreeing with you.
This was somebody who was coming to educate us. I'm going to actually get that comment. Is that the one you're talking about?
I don't think so. No, it's. I'll try and find it.
Was it that I'd be happy to educate you about the facts of the Earth?
No.
That was the cracker. That was the attitude. I'd be happy to educate you about the facts of the Earth or our solar system anytime. If you don't know what you're talking about, or talk to Red, I'm sure he'd be happy to educate you also. So you get this culty attitude going about that people are gullible and they need saved by these smart, wise people. And at the end of the day, we're sitting here asking for proof of any claims that are made. So, that Brenda Von Assen, if Brenda Von Assen has proof and would like to educate us and show us the error of our ways, we'd be happy to look at it and read whoever that they're talking about. Did you find that comment you were talking about? No?
Still looking, mate.
So, hang on, I'm just going to play this wee bit. I'm just going to play and then pause. Tell me if any of you can hear this, okay?
Horizon returns. This blue stuff is like the ocean. And this boat.
Can you hear that?
Yeah, what was it?
Like, could you hear it clearly though?
No.
No. Shit. I don't know if that's going to work then if I play just the sound.
But play it again till I see.
Well, it's like the boat. Anyway. Watch. The ships sail away. They don't disappear all at once. Now, first, the bottom will disappear.
Hear that?
I hear bits of it, but it's not all of it, no.
Shit.
Just heard ships.
Right, well, what I'll do is I'll just, I'll play it and if it's not clear and nobody can hear it, I'll say it out. Just to reiterate it. The thing I'm going to use is the top 10 reasons why we know the Earth is round, which is just short a 3-minute video.
Yeah.
Did you find that comment? No, yeah.
God, what am I like? No, I'm going through them all. I'm sure I'll find it, but
So I'm intrigued to hear, what Ali was saying. Was it something in the way of proofs or pointing towards something? I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe I should let him say it, but I think we had a different opinion of what was up there in space, and
Right.
different opinions about the moon. But total agreement that we're on a flat plane and not on a ball.
Yeah. That's it. So, right, I'll just have a wee look at the chat again here, just to see who's come in, say hello and stuff. Where was I? Did I see Magumba coming in there? Catch all the chat later, Dale. Neighbour, Stuarty boy. Phoebe, Amanda, hi. I said hi on Free Chan, but you'd gone. So there's a few people here. YouTube, J39, Markowski, Tinfoil Hatter, GeoShifter. It's a pain in the arse that the sound won't play through from my side.
Yep.
I was going to try the screen share thing, but I don't know about the copyright strike situation and stuff. So
And what you view it on, Dale?
I'm just reviewing it on YouTube. I'm just playing the video for YouTube.
But is it your laptop or phone?
No, I'm viewing it on the PC.
All right.
So, what I'll do is I'll just play it and I'll say out what the proof is that they're saying. We can just discuss it for there. Again, if anybody wants to come in, just ask for the link and we'll send you it. So, and again, I'm just going to say it. I came to this because, there was zero proof for me of a spinning globe. The proofs that I found told me that the full dimensions of where we are has to be able to contain the water. It's a testable, provable fact of life that everybody can verify, check and test for themselves, which to me is pretty strong proof, probably the strongest proof that anybody has. Logically, looking at reality and how it operates, we live in pressure, has to be some sort of containment. I look at these claims of space being a vacuum and we have a positive pressure system. I look for, practical examples of all these types of claims and I find nothing. What I find practically in reality tells me the total opposite. So I arrived here based on that. And as I say, the only thing for me is that the claim that was made to me is false and new. And it's good that I hear other people saying flat earth is just a title for, saying basically, look, we know it's not a globe, but we don't know what it is. That the problem comes when people start making claims to know what it is. And I've heard it again that I say, you shouldn't be working on a model, or don't do this, or don't. You'll not hear me saying that. What I say is, if people are pushing models or they're working on models, it has to be followed up by some sort of exploration in order to verify or falsify it. When they don't add that in, it's a problem for me. So, I don't say to people, don't do this or don't do that. People can do whatever they like,
Yeah, I think it's good. It's a bit of clarity into what we're saying or what we're not saying.
Yeah. Well, I feel as if it needs to be kind of disclosed every time we start because you get the repetition.
I suppose you might get somebody coming on for the first time and thinking what they're talking about. So I think there is an onus to go on to the base level every so often. Yeah,
because as I say, most of the opposers are people questioning, come in with an assumption that flat Earth means a flat fucking disc,
yes.
flying in space or on the back of a turtle, or that there's an edge, or all these crazy ideas that were fed to them through their culture. It's just so that people know that we don't represent any of these cartoons.
Yeah. Sorry, Del, to go back to that comment. I mean, I can't find it at the moment, but to be a bit balanced about it, the guy did admit in the second post that English isn't his first language. So, I was just addressing his language he was using, but then I suppose that can get a bit mixed up if it's not your first language.
Yeah. What was this? Your comment? YouTube, they will get away with it like they always have done. NASA will just shrink and shrink to nothing without anyone going to trial for one single thing. They can do it. Well, there is that, you know, but I don't know. You know, if people become aware of it quick enough, you know, then who knows what can happen. Obviously, there's things should be answered. People should be brought to question, and that's what I would like to see happening. But as I say, my journey, you know, I can see it happening a lot quicker if people can sort out, you know, deal with the claim and stick to that, you know, and let's just, you know, be realistic about not knowing where we actually are, you know, without siding on another model that then requires explanation, defending, you know, and it's going to have flaws that then puts doubt in people's minds. It's totally unnecessary as far as I'm concerned. You know, just to know that something's a lie and you can prove something's a lie is good enough. You know? Just because we have one false model doesn't mean to say we should have another to replace it. You know, we're done with security blankets here.
Yeah, but human nature, they need the security blanket, don't they?
Well,
no.
Well, but just by saying it's human nature, you know, it doesn't necessarily make it, you know.
Maybe that's why the heliocentric model was accepted so readily, because people need to know, and you know, if they've got a half truth or know something about it, that's good enough. I know I've got something. I can feel you within that.
Yeah, well, that's what it offers. It offers a false sense of wisdom and knowing. You know, look how smart we are. You know, we can see the whole picture.
Yeah.
Now it's a matter of exploring unattainable places that only special people can reach. You know. Sorry, I need to pull away for that chat because it distracts me. I'm going to change the. Right, so do you think we should go ahead with this 10 reasons just now then, huh?
Yeah, I'll just be 2 seconds.
Right, cool. I'll wait you come back now. I'll have a wee look at chat. Marshall, everything good, man? How are you?
Yeah, pretty well, dude. Just getting over my trauma from earlier on. Dave Hodges saying, does anybody know about Sophia? I think some people here are going to know about this Sophia and the aerial platform telescope that's run off a series of large-scale commercial aircraft. That is basically what we're assuming they're using as the Hubble images, or the Hubble data that they're then interpolating into images. But yeah, it's something worth looking into for people who haven't noticed any commentary about it.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think there's a large telescope in space they can fix by bashing it with a spanner. So
that takes me back to that claim. You know, when people start talking about space, you know, whatever their theories or ideas are, you know, I need to ask them what they think or claim it is, because if it's a vacuum or some other medium, then really, you know, scientific method, you know, it has to have a solid separation between it. So it kind of, I don't know. Hopefully, you know, Ali will come on the next time and we can get a chance to talk more about that. Sorry, YouTube, you know, it's what was that comment? They could shrink it over 10 or 20 years. You know, that's pretty much what they've done with, you know, all the other stuff. Look at 9/11, you know, 15 years later, and, you know, nobody's really went to trial for it. You know, people know that it wasn't what they told them.
But then, Dale, I think through time, people don't care. I mean, a thing like the Kennedy assassination, whoever you name who did it now, people can give two.
Nah.
It's gone. It's the same with 9/11. You know, it's too long ago. People say, well, so what? So what the government did it?
That's it. They want the justice there and then, and if, you know, they soon get bored of it and go into some other distraction, you're right. And that's exactly what happens.
And usually the people involved have passed away by the time the truth is disclosed. So
yeah,
nobody's accountable, and people don't care. So
new generations who have no connection with it whatsoever.
Yeah,
that's probably the plan. You know, take it from one generation to the next, and gives you long enough to get away with it, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So, but all I can do is keep plodding on and hope and aim for where I hope it goes. I want to know, hopefully in my lifetime I'll find out. But people have got varying opinions of that. But
even if you don't, I mean, it's the process, isn't it? It's a process of becoming more informed about different views, discussing it, and meeting different people, and challenging common accepted assumptions. Well,
the main thing for me is that they don't have your attention anymore. Because for me, that's where the battle is. It's for that attention. They can't take your mind. Once you take control of that, that's it. It's game over for them. So,
I think it was game over for most of us when we put the TV in our room.
Aye. Well, look at the damage it's caused.
Absolutely.
This is like the reversal now happening. TV's fine if it's filled with factual, useful stuff, but not when it's just fucking fear-mongering propaganda. It's been used as a tool against you, obviously, So, right, I'm going to play this 10 proofs.
Number 10. All the other planets and stars we've ever seen are round, and there's no reason to indicate that the Earth should be any different.
Okay, so number 10 is all the other planets and stuff we see in the sky is round, and there's no indication to say that the Earth should be any different. So, right away, that's just a total red herring, right? Because, as I'm waiting for somebody to show, and it's also a fallacy just to assume that what you see in the sky is the same as what you're standing on. So, by that thought, we see clouds, therefore the Earth's a fucking cloud. It offers nothing in the way of measurable proof. It's just, look at the sky, that's what I see up there, therefore I think this. It's an opinion.
Yeah, and I'd also add, although a lot of people will laugh, but for me, there's no empirical proof that these planets actually exist, that these planets are solid spheres.
Yeah.
I haven't seen enough evidence for that. So just to say that you're assuming this must be the same as nothing,
Yeah, it's nonsense. It's just a story. As it is, and you rightly point out, shows you proof that these are actual solid-bodied spheres. There's zero proof of that. So number 10, right away, it's just totally laughable. I don't think there's anything else we need to say about that.
No, absolutely not.
Offers nothing.
Number 9, time zones. Day and night happen at different times at different places on Earth. In fact, it's always day somewhere and night somewhere else.
Okay, so number 9 is, in some places it's dark, in other places it's light. With a local light source, you're going to get that. And again, it's one place it's dark, one place it's light. It's again about the sun. No measurable curvature. No actual proof that the Earth is a sphere. Just it's day somewhere and it's night somewhere else. Therefore, it's a round ball and a light gives round a light, and that's what I'm getting for this.
Yeah, and I suppose there could be different permutations that we've never thought of before. They could be causing.
Yeah. It's just there's night and day. So where's the measurable proof? Where's the measurable curvature? Anything else to say?
Two sticks in the ground, wasn't it?
No, not yet.
Oh, was that not the one? Right.
No. So we're done with 9. Nothing to say.
No.
I can't add anything to that because it's light or because it's dark. It's a shape. No, I can't add to that, mate.
No, it's nonsense. Okay.
Number 8. The Coriolis effect means freely moving things like cannonballs or hurricane winds are deflected to the right, but only if you're north of the equator. If you're south of the equator, they're deflected left.
So freely moving things are deflected left or right, depending if you're north or south of the equator. The Coriolis effect.
No, I don't think Coriolis effect exists. I did see on YouTube once there's somebody in the southern hemisphere had a few sinks in the house, and they showed you it going around two different ways in the one household because of the different shapes of the sink. and where the water was coming in. And also, I've personally spoken to 3 snipers in the army, and asked them about the Coriolis effect when they take long-range shots. And 2 of them didn't know what I was talking about, and the third one knew what I was talking about, but said they never took that into consideration when making long-distance shots.
Because it's saying your freely moving objects are deflected, left or right, depending. So the same should apply with aircraft and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just whatever they decide to pick and choose. So
yeah, it's cherry picking, isn't it?
Yeah, and again, it offers absolutely nothing in the way of measurable proof of a globe. So, anything else to add to that one?
No, apart from the water going around the drains differently, there should be a lot more evidence for the Coriolis effect.
I
I'm sure there is, but I don't hear much of it.
But even if there is this effect where the water was going round the drain this way and the drain that way, where do we get proof of a globe from that?
Yeah, what's the relation to that? Yeah.
It's just, it's you've got to go back to the assumption and base it from the assumption that it is a sphere. Without the actual proof that it is a sphere. So they take this and they jump the gun. And then, cherry pick it, because if you say, well, a helicopter hovering, oh, no, but, they want to start changing it. So, again, for me, it offers nothing. Anything else to say on it?
No.
No. It's something that is suggested but not implemented, even with long-range artillery and things like that are over distance.
Yeah, but something that interests me with that would be this railgun thing. I'm sure people know what the railgun is by now.
Yeah.
You know what it is, John?
Yeah, you told me about it last time. Yeah.
It can fire up to 100 miles. It's not got a guidance system or any of these things on it. So, how are they accounting for curvature and Coriolis effect and all this kind of stuff with weapons like that? I think they would avoid that. So we'll move on to number 7.
Number 7, triangles. If you walk 10,000 kilometers straight along the Earth's surface, turn 90 degrees to your right, walk 10,000 kilometers more, turn right again, and walk another 10,000 kilometers, you'll be back to where you started, having successfully made a triangle with 3 90-degree angles.
Did you see that?
Yes. Yeah.
So if we walk, and I'm sure there's many examples that people have done this. If we walk 10,000 miles, take 90-degree turn, another 10,000 miles, and another 90-degree turn, and walk another 10,000 miles, we'll be back at where we started. And is this an experiment that's been done?
Yeah, I've never seen it being done myself.
I don't know anybody that's walked fucking 30,000 miles.
No, it's a mathematical axiom that's relative to spheres.
Yeah.
But again, do we have any factual evidence for it? No.
No. Again, we get you get a marker pen. This is what we're seeing here, and a polystyrene ball, and somebody drawing, triangle on it and claiming it as proof of a globe Earth. Absolutely ridiculous.
I think it fits with the previous proofs, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's quite similar to Mr. Cox's complicated equations on a piece of paper telling you that the Earth is round.
Yeah. Again, it's just starting from the assumption and then pushing it as it's a fact. If you just done this, it's very easy. Just walk 10,000 miles and realistically that's not happening. So it's not a testable, repeatable proof. Unless it can be shown. Somebody show me it. So.
As any geometry student can tell you, this is impossible on a flat surface. Number 6. The sun, in general, gets lower and lower in the sky as you travel away from the equator, and you can use this to directly measure the Earth's curvature. Pick two places a few hundred miles directly north and south of each other, and at noon, measure the shadows cast by a vertical meteor stick at each location. You can use the shadow lengths to figure out the angle between the sticks, and once you add in how far apart they are, you can calculate the Earth's curvature. Number 5.
Right. Did you get that?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's quite a famous experiment, isn't it?
Who's done it?
I forget his name, but he
Eratosthenes.
he put 2 sticks in the ground a few hundred years ago.
So, and obviously it's about the shadow angle.
I
Right.
think there may be other ways that scenario might be achieved.
Well,
Like,
if it's a local light source, get a flat plane, whatever it is, put 2 sticks in the ground and have a local light source. You're going to get the exact same effect.
the literal same effect, I believe.
Aye. That's what it is. It's an effect. It's no measurable proof of a globe.
But why can't they circumnavigate the globe in an aeroplane and record the measurements as they're flying right round, and then you could actually, excuse me, then you could actually film that and show that experiment and demonstration that's how the circumference of the Earth, that's it measured, and you can actually see them doing it.
Yeah.
Actually, that's a bloody good question, isn't it? So, I mean, seeing as people are want to innovate with some activity, you would have thought that somebody would have flown non-stop around the equator, wouldn't you?
Well, exactly, and the fact that nobody's done it between North and South poles, there must be a reason for that. They always do it between circumnavigate between East and West, but never between North and South.
Mm-hmm.
So why can't they do that and film it and measure it at the same time? So there's observational proof right in front of you, rather than talking about 2 sticks in the ground and shadows from the sun.
Yeah, it's the same shit as look at the blob of water in the ISS. It's tricks that when you actually look at them, there are no actual proofs of anything. No, it's just somebody claiming this and insisting that that's the case. And as you say, it's the same with NASA. Put fucking cameras 360 degrees, ruin your next fucking launch. Uninterrupted editing, open to the public to view it. Everybody can see it. All the way up to space, shows the whole lot.
I mean, that's not a lot to ask of, is it?
No.
Just a camera on a rocket.
No, I'm going to jump the gun anyway and say, it's bollocks. They're not going to show us it because the place is covered in fucking water. But I'll save that. We'll get to it. We're going to 5 here.
The stars at night change as you go north or south. For example, Orion is upside down if you're in Australia. Number 4.
So again, we're back to viewing the sky, and that was number 5.
Now, is that true about Orion? I mean, I don't know anybody in Australia who could confirm that for me, about it being upside down. And if it is, I can't explain that.
No, this is a thing, about having numbers and communications opened and people communicating with each other, so you can actually get a minute-to-minute report on what people are seeing.
And you have to trust your source.
Yeah, and even at that, because somebody sees something upside down, I'm sure it was Laurie Ferry, used a perfect example. Draw a circle with a smiley face, put it in your ceiling, go to one end of the room, look at it, and go to the other end of the room and look at it, and it's going to be upside down. Again, it's observing the sky. You're looking upwards. We're talking about the Earth that we live upon. We're looking for measurable curvature of this globe and actual proofs of the claims that they make. So, I can look at the sky and just say what they're saying and replace the globe with a square, and then just say, oh, well, when you get to the 90-degree angle, you don't really notice it, because of cabbage. A magical cabbage stops you from experiencing it.
Yeah.
It's just nonsense. So, again, I'm supposed to listen to what they're saying and go on the assumption that this sphere's in the middle, and believe what they're telling me without actual proof of the sphere in the first place. So
Ferdinand Magellan and many people afterwards circumnavigated the Earth. That means he left, headed west, continued going west, and came back to where he started, still going west. Actually, Magellan was dead, but one of his ships, led by Juan Sebastian Elcano, finished the journey.
so that wee bit at the end, oh, well, actually, he was dead, but somebody else finished it. But you're claiming Magellan done it.
I mean, I don't know. Can you say anything about that one? Gee whiz.
I know.
Ridiculous, that one.
I know. This is it. You know, it's just stories. Oh, this happened long ago. Therefore, believe me. You know, and I don't need to show you any proof because these were wise men. You know, and even at that, if you were to head off west, you know,
like going round a disc, for God's sake.
I mean, the size of it, the scale of where we are. You know, if you're moving a slight degree each time, you're not going to notice. You know?
If you're on a large ship and you're going round, you wouldn't notice a degree of turn to the side. It'd be so minuscule.
Yeah. And as GeoShifter's saying there, they never circumnavigate north to south, you know. So, you know, it's always cherry picking, or just this way, you know, however they can get the effect, you know. And that's spot on. It should be the same from north to south.
Well, no boats or planes have been between the poles, north to south.
No. You know, boats on rotund oceans.
That British explorer, I forget what his name is, Rudolph Fiennes.
Randolph, right, no, he's all
Rudolph Rednose. He claims to have gone round, but he shows you a little bit of video where he's in some snow and some ice. Could be bloody anywhere, you know.
They always play.
And his last expedition, I think he was climbing a mountain in Antarctica. He's 72 years old, had a heart attack, and he's got fingers missing. But we're to believe he can still climb up these mountains. He's years old.
But that's it, you know, and he always plays on that. Oh, I lost my fingers in this trip. You know, it always gets diverted to some emotional level.
Yes.
You know, I'm a great man that done this. Oh, and in my journeys, I lost my fingers, and oh, so that's you know,
probably caught with his fingers in the till.
Aye, and all people goes, oh, what a brave man, you know, lost his fingers, circumnavigated. Aye, you know, great. We'll accept that as reality.
Yeah. We just have to accept it all.
That's it. You know, there's your idols, there's your heroes. If they say so, then it must be true.
Yeah, false heroes.
Yeah. So we're done with that proof, are we?
Oh, that's one of the most ridiculous proofs, I think.
If you head west and circumnavigate the Earth yourself, you'll be able to tell because you'll observe one fewer sunrise than everyone who stays at home. Number 3.
Well, they're showing you that. They're showing you a wee car, by the way. So,
yes.
You know.
The horizon. Ships on the ocean or tall Chicago buildings viewed over Lake Michigan disappear bottom first. And you can see the sunset twice if you watch it lying down and then quickly stand up. The simple fact is, if the Earth were flat, there wouldn't be a horizon beyond which things could disappear. So from across Lake Michigan, you'd be able to see all of Chicago, as well as the Rocky Mountains.
I hate to say it to the guy, you know, but even if you were on a sphere, you would have a limited scope of vision, is the same as, you know, a flat plane. You know, we have an issue with moisture in there. Nobody can see forever.
No. Even if you're looking down a long tunnel or a long bridge, you might not see the end of it because all these parallel lines come to a point in the horizon. Yeah. It's like a long corridor. The ceiling comes down to the floor at
right. So, yeah, we have a vanishing point. You know, the laws of perspective. These things actually exist, and they would exist the same on a sphere. You know, I could say the same to them about a sphere. You know.
Yeah. But I don't want to be arguing 10 years' time about it's not a fact that ships go over the horizon. You only have to take a pair of binoculars or to blow that out of the water. And like we were saying last week, you know, people claim to see a ship at 3 miles out, but yet the horizon is not curving from left to right.
No, that's because they need it straight on in front of you in order to get the effect. Because that's all they're looking for. They're playing on, you know, optical issues and this reality, and then twisting it into a story that suits them. You know, so say it should be
So it's not a ball, then, is it? Because if it's curving just straight ahead of you, but not at the sides, it can't be a ball.
That's a cylinder. It has to be a cylinder then.
Yeah, absolutely. And then they say the Earth's too big to see the curve, but then these ships at 3 miles out disappearing over the curve. It's a contradiction.
Yeah. And and at the end of the day, you can pull it back again and say, well, you're claiming what's happening here is that, the ship's going over the curvature, but the water is not flowing, right? And again, you would ask them, well, show me a practical example of water behaving like that. Show me a practical example of, something scaled like the ocean curving round.
But then they just say cabbage, don't they?
Exactly. So there's so many assumptions in that supposed proof there that you could strip back and say, well, show me the actual practical examples for, all these aspects of this proof.
All these questions you're asking, they just come up with one word.
Cabbage.
Accept it. Gravity.
That's it.
Okay, the gravity, right. Got it.
And again, give me a practical example of it. Define it. Practical example. Please show me. I meant to play the Bill Nye thing before this when he goes on about what pseudoscience is and real science being measurable, testable, repeatable. So you've got these guys out here who understand natural science. They say it, and at the same time, they turn around and show you this crap. Now, what we're asking for is true natural science. We're asking these people to be true to their word. Measurable, testable, repeatable. For all claims. That to me is what real science is. That's the essence of real science.
But they don't produce that. They'll just produce a word and say, it's gravity.
So, in my experience, that's religion.
And your mind, therefore, comes up with the next question. But how does gravity work like that? The gravitational pull. Okay. How does the gravitational pull work like that? The planets, the pull and connection between the moon, the earth, and the sun. Yeah, but how does that work? Gravity.
No, just show me one practical fucking example, please. And don't say, "Oh, drop your mic," because that's not telling us anything.
Well, that's telling you bloody density, isn't it?
Exactly. Right. So number 2, I think.
During a lunar eclipse, the shadow of the Earth on the moon is curved. And number 1.
Did you get that?
No, couldn't hear that.
There's a shadow on the moon that's curved, so therefore that's the Earth.
Yeah, I think that would be a reasonable assumption to make. But, however, anything can make a shadow on Earth. How do we know? Sorry, on the moon. How do we know it's the Earth that's doing it?
Yeah. Where's
the proof for that?
Yeah. We can't find one measurable proof that this Earth is actually a sphere. But, we've to jump to assumptions because somebody sees a shadow.
And I would say it may even be a logical assumption, but it's still not proof. It's still not empirical proof that the Earth's causing that shadow.
No. So that's the difference. That's what I tried to highlight before with evidence and proof. They can look at that and say, oh, look, there's the moon, there's a circular shadow on it. So that, for me, they can take it, say, there's my evidence that the Earth's a sphere. So you're taking this, and saying it's evidence for your sphere, but it's no actual proof that where you're is a sphere. There's a difference for me with evidence and proof.
I mean, if I had the technology to be able to put a round shadow over the moon to convince you that you were living in a ball, that would certainly convince you, wouldn't it? Well, it convinced us before, but it would convince the majority of the people if you had that technology to be able to do such a thing.
Yeah.
An illusionist, maybe.
Yeah. And, I want to be open and honest to this, but, I need to keep reminding people, we live on Earth. That's where we live. That the things should be measurable, testable, repeatable. For the claims that are made about Earth, where you are, these things in the sky, we don't live there. They don't offer us measurable proof of the shape of anything. They're just what they are, and we can only observe them where they are. It's a total logical fallacy. I've said it before. John, explain to me the contents of your living room by looking out the window.
Mm, mm. I was just thinking, I know they present the flat Earth model with the moon and the sun going around opposite sides of the Earth circling. Could the sun not be causing a shadow on the moon in that scenario?
Well, there could be anything that's causing that shadow. That's the point, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. It could be anything. But the fact that the sun passes the moon on that model, surely the sun could be causing that shadow on the moon.
Yeah. Well, you know, and again, who knows exactly what the sun is, and who knows exactly what the moon is, and where's the proof?
Yeah.
It's all based on these assumptions that they are solid-bodied spheres, you know, that are, freely floating and moving. You know, that's the idea that people have in their mind. Who said it's like that? You know, where is the proof that that's the actual case? Because people are trying to work these things out based on that kind of understanding. You know, still saying, well, the sun and the moon are solid-bodied spheres, and somehow trying to work out what they're seeing from that. You know, it could be anything. Oh. So we're at number one, the best proof.
Yeah, we can't argue with that one. It's just so
profound,
isn't it?
So profound. Let's have it.
We know the Earth is round because we have photographic evidence.
Fair enough, eh? Okay.
Yeah, that's it. There you go. We have photographs, so anybody who can produce a photograph now, it's proof of whatever your claim is. So get to it. All these people who love unicorns and fairies, get your photograph. You know, that's good enough as far as, you know, these globe pushers are concerned. So
unfortunately, with today's advanced software technology, you could have a photograph of anything and make it look real.
Yeah.
Unless you're NASA, in which case you can have a photograph of something that can be proven to be faked.
Yeah.
That's it. You know, and there is fakery there. So
yeah, that's why we were saying earlier. What is harder to fake is a high definition video, somebody holding a camera with a single lens and turn 360 to prove that they're not in the studio.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a problem with that as well, you know, because you probably set it up for them. They're probably trying to scramble to, you know, achieve something like that and fake it. You know what I mean? You know, it has to be falsifiable for me, you know, this.
They could set that up, Dale, but the fact is that's one of the first things you'd have done if you went to the moon.
Yeah. Aye, of course.
You'd be in such awe of splendour and magnitude of the place. I've got to do a 360, because that's what you do every time you go to the top of a mountain. So going to the moon, and okay, that you take a picture of Earth, because that's probably the first thing you do, but then you would do a 360. Now they can't do that now because if they haven't done it before, but you would do that if you're on the moon, and the fact that they haven't done it tells me that, well, I don't think they were there.
No, any achievement you would do, you know, you make sure you document it because you want to prove it to people, you want to show them.
Yes, absolutely.
It's so obvious, you know, the advancements from 50 years ago should be, we should have live footage from the moon, whatever.
Yeah. So yeah, I like to argue with anybody, say that a photograph is not empirical proof of anything.
No. So, I mean, that's it. That's the 10 best proofs. You were saying earlier, you know, you've heard some other kind of sophisticated arguments. Well, if you know any, let's have them. Let's if you got a link or whatever.
Just trying to think of the ones I've heard.
You know,
the North Star.
Right.
That Australians can't see it, can't ever see it because it's a northern star. So therefore, it must be a globe. Now, I don't know if that's true or it's not true.
But
if they can't see it, then I don't have an answer for that, unless it's about distance and perspective. But
Well, of course, and again, you know, people can see a star here, they can't see it there. Where's the proof of your globe?
Mm.
You know, it's for me, you know, I titled it a red herring because it is. It's misleading. It's you know, it's an anecdote. It's a story. It's, you know, look up at the sky, and because we see this and this and this, therefore you live in a globe. You know, well, there's no actual proof of the globe. You're just telling me a story, making statements. Oh, because they can see a star here, but they can't see it there, it means it's a sphere. You know, we have perspective issues.
Mm.
You know, and again, what are the stars? What is the sun? What is the moon? You know, you get into that heliocentric model and you slow them down. You know, when they start all this stuff and the sun and the moon, you go, well, what's the sun? Oh, it's this ball of fucking hydrogen gas, whatever. Can you prove that to me? What's the moon? Oh, it's this solid body rock. Can you prove that to me? You know? So.
Yeah, well, it's kind of difficult, isn't it? Because all they actually have is secondary information.
Yeah.
And you're asking for primary evidence and to prove that these planets are actually a sphere and solid.
Yeah.
And there's no way somebody's going to be able to prove that, is there?
No. So, you know, that was it for me. When you actually start looking at it and you're being honest with yourself, because remember at that time, you know, I believed I lived in a globe. I wanted it to be true because, you know, cognitive dissonance and all the stuff that was happening within, you know, and I had to honestly look at it, and I was searching and searching, and none of these things are actual proofs of a globe. None of them. So from that, I turned to looking, well, what do we have? What can I actually measure, observe? What's actually happening in this reality? And for me, again, as soon as I looked at the water thing, that was it.
This is a common response that J39 has just put in. Plenty of proof if you choose to say it's fake. And I'm not saying any of it's fake. I'm just saying convince me that it's real. I'm only asking for somebody to show me evidence and conclusive proof that, say, the moon is a solid sphere or Pluto's a solid sphere. I mean, how do we know that? I'm not saying it's fake. I'm just saying prove to me that it's real.
Yeah. So they you know, they package the way they want to present it, right? So then, you know, somebody like me comes along and I go, right, we'll slow down a wee minute. You know, before you start telling me about your stars and your suns and your moons, you're asking a rational mind who is observing reality the same as everybody else to believe that, you know, vast bodies of water, oceans are conforming and curving around the exterior of this sphere, right? You know, again, going back to the scientific method and natural science, can you show me how that's possible? Can you give me a practical example of that? Before you go running off to your, here's proofs, here's my evidences, you know.
And surely if people are claiming they can see a ship 3 miles out going over the horizon, then there must be a plane in the air somewhere that's taking a photograph of curved water in the distance. There must be some photograph of the curve somewhere, if you can see evidence of a curve at 3 miles out from the beach. No. But there's no photograph, as we're saying we can fake photographs, but there's no photographs of video evidence of curved water from any height. And there's no evidence of a building leaning backwards off in a distance due to the curvature. All the buildings in a distance, even 10, 15, 20 miles away, is all vertical, straight up. None of them are curving. I would claim that there isn't a photograph of any building leaning backwards, apart from the Tower of Pisa in Italy, which is a default. But, you know, there's no building in history leaning back due to a curvature of the Earth.
And it takes us back to that whole thing again at the same point. You know, and I put it to them before, but they want to avoid that. You know, the equilateral triangle with the claim of the ship going over the curvature. You know, whatever distance, 3 miles, 12 miles, 15 miles, you know, we can see from left to right, you know, certain areas up to 80 miles, 100 miles, and there is no observable, measurable curvature there. It just doesn't exist. So, you know, if you're on a sphere, it has to be, you know, equally curving in all directions. You can't just pick and choose where it's happening.
Electric Earth said, "I bet Picard got some photographs of a curve." Now, I think that's the first scientist went up in the capsule.
Yeah.
And there's an argument about it, but it was publicised in science literature. I think that he claimed when he was asked, "What did you see?"
Yeah.
I seen a disc shaped with turned up edges.
So a kind of thought experiment type idea. Every one of us, appears here on this earth, and we have no knowledge of what it is, and we start having a look about. For me, I would go and say, well, look at this stuff. There's loads of it. This liquid water. We've called it water, and we can all test and observe this water and look at it and see its behaviour, and understand, the limits of it and how it behaves. But from that, rationally, logically, observable, you would gather that, well, obviously this place has to be some sort of containment. For all this water to be here, you would never think to yourself, oh, it's a sphere. That part of reality is one of the most accurate measuring tools we have. Water,
And if you're saying it is contained, then someone must have designed that to contain the water, or something.
Yeah. Or if you wanted to try and go a naturalistic route, ice forming because of the heat source, it could you could start trying to go a naturalistic route rather than saying it's designed. Obviously, for me, it's designed. Everybody knows my stance. It's mind, before matter for me. But as I say, we would have that tool. We have that tool, and you get all this stuff about lasers. We spoke about this before. Measuring devices. We have the perfect measuring device. It does not lie. It's there for everybody to use, and it is water. So we know empirically for a fact of reality that it has to be contained in some way. Anybody who makes a claim contrary to that, the burden's on them. They have to show it. Show as a practical example. And photographs from NASA and insisting with long-winded explanations is no scientific proof. So, for me in my journey, looked at the claims that was made to prove there was none. Observed reality myself, looked at actual science, what's measurable and testable, and what we apply, every single day. And, the physics of liquid is just undeniable. Nobody can refute it. Nobody can show anything other than how it behaves. So, for me, it is clear cut.
Yeah, I get quite frustrated with that, though. I agree with what you said, but then people will be met with that and then say, but it does curve, though, without any evidence, and they're convinced that it curves.
Yeah.
Although they've not seen any curved water. But
Yeah.
you can reiterate that thousands of times, but they will still come back with saying, "Oh, but it's curved and it's gravity that holds it to the ball." But we don't have any evidence of that. And it doesn't matter how many times you repeat the physics of water and how it always finds its lowest level. People will still argue against that and say, "Yeah, but on the Earth it's curved due to gravity."
That is its infuriating part. It is the perfect measuring tool that we have. For finding levels and stuff. And as I've said before, you show people and you say, look, there's a basin of water, right? We know it'll find its level, right? A swimming pool is the exact same. A lake, a dam, we build dams, for God's sake, based on knowing these facts of reality. So what makes them think that the ocean has any magical property? Aye, and you say, well, show me, you tell me the scale, the size that the body of water has to be before that will start to happen, before the physics as we know them will start to change, and they just feel that, and it's because it's been so deeply drummed into them, these images, that they're so invested in them, either consciously or subconsciously, and the power of that is overcoming actual reality.
When you explain why you think the water's level, you go into the physics of water and about finding its own level. It always does in nature. But then, if the ball earthers tried to argue about a curved Earth, they just use the one word, gravity, and that's it. They don't go deeply into
No.
physics of how this curve is formed and remains in such a state throughout due to an invisible force that
But
we can't see.
the main point is they can argue all they like, but they can't offer a practical example. You know,
That's the frustrating thing, though, isn't it?
the only
Frustrating.
the practical examples they offer are things like this. You know, rub a balloon on your hair and stick it next to the tap and watch the water being pulled towards the balloon, right? So, you know, they use these sleight of hand tricks to try and paint the image in your mind that that's how water can behave. But when you break down what they're showing you, it doesn't represent the claims that they're making. Do you know what I mean? You know, and it's the same with this. I've seen it before. Look at the water on a coin. Look at the top of the water in a glass. You know, and you're saying, well, are you claiming the Earth's a coin? Are you claiming the Earth's a glass? You know, and by showing me, you know, this meniscus effect on the top of a glass, all you're doing is proving what I'm saying. The fact that the Earth must be a container of some kind, like a glass. Do you know what I mean? No. So, you know, they even defeat themselves when you're asking for practical examples, and they show you these practical examples.
I mean that corrected me. I used to say water can't exist in a curve, but then they show pressure build up on the top of a glass at the rim. Fair enough, there's a little curve there, but we're talking about a ball here. We're talking about water flowing around a ball, never dropping from it.
We're talking about vast oceans with currents and waves and movement. You know, we're not talking about, you know, a glass still perfect with, you know, water that's no moving on it. You know, put your finger in the water and watch the meniscus. You know, it'll break. The surface tension will break. You know, and again, it's not a globe they're showing you. They're showing you a container. You know, the other thing they'll say is, oh, raindrops. You know, a single drop of water falling. You know, you go, well, is that your representation of the Earth? You know,
but then you could say, well, put that raindrop on the ball, then it's eventually going to drop off.
Yeah. And then, you know, other things like a branch with a drip hanging off the end of it. You know, all these ridiculous things that are totally no representing the claim that they're making. You know?
Just give me 2 minutes, 2 seconds now.
So, you know, as I say, you need to look at these proofs and actually, you know, delve into what they're actually trying to show you and look at it and see if there is actual measurable proof. Now, they 10 that I've posted there is nothing, no measurable proof of a globe anywhere in them. So that's why I ended up where I am. That's why I can make the claim, whatever the full dimensions, it has to be able to contain the water. Provable, testable by every single person alive. And for me, that's a fact of reality. You know, that's not going to change. So,
yeah, you've got your teeth into that, and it's, you know, I can't see how people can argue with that when it's there in front of them, the behaviour.
They're talking about proofs and things to measure. You know, that's what I'm saying. You've got an element here that's part of this reality that you can use to measure. It tells you everything. You know?
And I repeat, 80% of the Earth is made up of that water.
Yeah. So that's how I ended up here. You know, obviously there's other factors, like there is no measurable curvature over land. You know, you rise up the horizon's eye level, it's always horizontal, you know, flat. There's no curvature there. You know, doesn't matter. I've seen footage, you know, I don't count video and stuff until, you know, I can date myself and verify or falsify. But there's so many contrasting images and videos because of lens issues. So,
yeah, absolutely. But it's even common sense if you're on a ball and you go up to 35,000 feet, no matter how big the ball is, the horizon's going to be below your feet.
Yeah. No matter how large the ball is, as soon as you leave its surface, you know, it's going to have to start dropping away from you.
I know, but I'm met by a lot of people saying, oh, but the Earth's really big. I say, okay, then we'll go up to 35,000 feet. The ball should drop below your feet, but it never does.
Yeah. You know, and then from that, obviously, I progressed into, you know, thinking that, you know, it's a container of some sort, which is why when, you know, I hear people talk about concave, and I see this model, you know, we must be on a parallel plane within it if you were going to push a concave model. The same is true for it, with, you know, water curving up the insides of this, you know, the inner walls of this sphere. Again, Zero practical examples, zero measurable proof of that anywhere. So, you know, and again, you can get the opposite in a glass. If you know, if you take it right to the top, you'll get slight, you know, curvature of the water at the top. And if you get it half full, you get the meniscus where it kind of curves up the way. So, you know, but again, it's still a container. You know, it's no ruined the full walls of the inside of the sphere. So there is no reason rationally, logically, scientifically why, you know, you observe and test these things in reality and then think, oh, it should be different in some other scale. You know, it's fucking nonsense. So,
yeah, they always say they can't test it because they don't have a big enough scale.
That's religion then, you know. That's just like me saying, well, prove your religious, oh, I can't, your mind can't conceive of it, it's too big for you to understand. Ooh.
But then I've seen them do experiments of creating a vacuum in a jar and 0G on a plane gravity, so they can replicate this feeling, this gravity, and a vacuum in a jar. So I don't see the problem of replicating models, the working model of the Earth with water on it.
Yeah, and again, you know, it's not a model, but it's a plastic fucking toy. That's the thing. People see this object, you go, it's a model. You go, I don't see, you know, real elements of the reality in this model. I see plastic.
Yeah.
And that's a toy for me. That doesn't represent reality whatsoever. You know, if you're trying to represent reality, it should have the elements of reality in it. You know, you should be able to achieve that. So again, you know, looking at their proofs, you know, looking at reality for what it is, you know, that's undeniable fact of reality. Another one, you know, as I've pointed out many times, is the vacuum, the positive pressure system, negative pressure system. What we test and observe is that we need, you know, solid separation between both, or you will have equilibrium. And the fact that we do live in pressure tells me that we have to be in some sort of containment for the pressure to be existing in the first place. So, again, that's what we test and observe for 100% of the time. So,
I think that's the best way to get evidence through observation and testing.
yeah, and people can feel free to refute it. You know, I've said that from the beginning with the water claim. You know, especially, show me. You know, somebody refute it, but you know, nobody can. The only thing you get is charlatans and, you know, insecure people who'll try and spin some story to avoid it. You know, an explanation is no science. You know, it has to be actually, you need to practically show it. So,
yeah, repeatable and demonstrable, and it would be good if they could film it so people could actually see it.
Yeah, an unsilent majority I've seen him putting there, you know, more observations of things being 100 miles away and stuff.
Or two balls in a barn being drawn to each other because of the gravity pull. Then why not reproduce that under cameras and lights that we can actually see that happening for ourselves?
No. Again, zero practical examples. So, you know, that was it for me. I get involved through, you know, a different path, different roads to this. But, you know, my main thing was always, I was into science, and science for me was what we can test, observe, and prove, and I was all for that. And so I thought, you know, guys like Dawkins and, you know, Neil deGrasse Tyson and all these people, you know, I thought would have been the same until the penny started to drop, until I understood, you know, what real science was. And then I started looking at all this stuff, and that's that path is what led me to here. And the same thing applies, you know. So these people who are coming claiming that it's science, you know, they don't get to just spin a story and claim it's science. You know, science, the scientific method, is there, and that's what should be applied for any claim that's made about reality, as far as I'm concerned. So. And I think, you know, I'm not going to speak for you, but I think you're pretty much the same. You're at the same place.
I'm the same place, but I didn't come so much from a science perspective, but just practical observations. Being by the sea a lot, flying myself with paragliders and drones, and where is this bloody curvature that we're told about? And I don't see those ships going over the horizon like I'm told. And my binoculars and telescope, I can see it. I can see land masses stretching along the horizon for many miles, no curvature on them. I think I shared with you, I had a drone. I'm trying to connect it to satellite connection, but I couldn't find the connection because I was in a valley or I was in somewhere isolated. Exactly the same thing was happening to my phone. So, and then of course I looked into the moon landings, and I think they're all fake, but some will disagree with that. And then I started thinking, well, why are they faking that? So that led me on to thinking, well, because they're hiding the shape of the Earth. Because I see no evidence, no practical evidence that it's round. Well, sorry, not round, a spear shape.
No. So and that leads you to this whole. People say, well, why would they lie? Why would they lie about the shape of it? Why are any lies told? It's for manipulative reasons. It's so it can be controlled. Yeah. I've got an interesting. Well,
I've got my perspective on that is that as soon as you say that to people, I think that's one of the first questions that comes up. Oh, but why would they lie? And then I sort of think, well, I think you're trying to run before you can walk. If you're not going to believe the fact that it may be flat, why on earth would you believe the reasons? Because they'll sound even 10 times as insane as the Earth being flat. So can we just discuss the shape of the Earth first, and then we'll get to the why?
Yeah. It's always jumping the gun.
Oh yeah.
And that. That's another thing that why does the water behave like that? And they try and jump the gun and go, we're not interested in whys. That's just what we're observing. That's how things are behaving. So you're right. One thing at a time. But you can go into that and see, well, obviously, if we did have knowledge of who we are and where we are and stuff, then things would be I don't know, peaceful, ordered, whatever it might be.
I think people also judge the people in power or the people in control. They judge them on how they are as people themselves in association. But they have to understand that these people who abuse power, they're more psychopathic and narcissistic in their thinking. So you can't sort of put yourself in their position and think, well, I wouldn't do that. But these types of people, it's a different mindset. It's not. A lot of people say it's more evil. It's not. It's not altruistic feelings. It's abuse of power and narcissistic outlook.
Yeah, which is a whole other subject. Obviously I've been touching on the social aspects and the different minds that are involved and who's involved and what they are, and it's a whole subject that we can maybe get in about. But the fact of the matter is that it makes sense to me. If you want to control people, you need convince them that where they are is all that exists for a start, and discourage any form of exploration or movement. So that's why for me you would encourage entertainment, patriotism, investment in sports. And
I was having that conversation today. That's why the government invests so much money in entertainment and sports. Films, the amount of money they invest in films subsidise that, and sports stadiums, or should I say coliseums, because that's what the Romans built the Colosseum for, was to keep the public distracted and entertained so they didn't know what was happening in the political world or what was behind their policies in politics. So it's to keep them entertained and distracted. And today we have the same. I like football like you do, but I'm not obsessed by it. But I realise it's a distraction. And it's the same as going to the cinema and watching the films. It's all a distraction to keep you entertained. If you get any free time, that is, but because people they're all busy. They're all there's debt, there's their jobs, there's families, there's stress, and if you get any free time, go to the pictures or go to a football match, but don't spend time researching or using your critical thoughts and questioning what you've been told.
Or getting up off your arse and going and exploring, which for me, that's what the whole game's about, is to stop that.
Yes, yeah.
So it makes me wonder, what is it that's so significant that when you want is discovering?
I think there's a lot of significance, and I don't think they want us to know about any of it, from politics to medicine to the shape of the earth.
Yeah.
They don't want us to know any of it.
No. But as I say, there's such a push to keep us still and caught up in distractions and trinkets and all these, delusions that are put to us. So,
we're easier to control that way.
Yeah. So that led me to, start being suspicious and think, well, what is it that's significant there? Is it a way out? Is it something that would give us knowledge back to who we are and where we are and why we're here, how it all came about?
That was dangerous. That's dangerous to the government and to the standing. What I'm trying to say, whoever's in control, that's dangerous to them. A critical, free-thinking, questioning mind. They want you to be addicted to your soaps and television, your drugs, your alcohol. They want you to be addicted to all that, your football, not critical thought, and to be a danger to the social norm. Society could collapse down if people started demanding proofs and evidence and knowledge.
That for me, that should be the standard, level that we are at. Why are people not demanding, as I pointed out, the trivium, that these liberal arts, there's a reason why they want people like us that didn't get that kind of education. You would be demanding of the public servants and these people who are claiming to represent the people that everything be based on empirical proofs and the benefit of the whole, all these things that we're looking for. It even bothered me as a kid, like, why do people not question what's going on here? Well, people are so convinced that they know and they're all right with life, but it seems a mess to me. So for me, that should just be the norm: logical, critical thinking people, rather than everything being based as it is these days on emotion.
Yeah. I think history's littered with prime examples of people who've been taken out for that dangerous thinking. You've got people like John Lennon, who, I think we talked about this before, who'd grown such a following about the message for peace and to stop these illegal wars, which was a total threat to America and Britain, who are at the front of every war, where it should make money out by funding both sides of every war. So here's a man getting a following, and he's preaching peace, stop the wars. And there was a big anti-war movement around the time that Lenin was there. So he's taken out. These dangerous minds are taken out so that they can control the public mind a lot easier without these heroes, these organic heroes.
So what's happening now then? Because I'm meeting people like yourself and various other people who are starting, getting to this level of critical thinking. Is it a tipping of the scale here? I mean, what's happening? Can you take every one of us out? Is this what they're looking to identify? I play with all these ideas. You've got to entertain it and look at it, because as you say, there's history there of just removing these types of things from the society. But for me, this time, it just seems too far gone. It's like,
I think this subject is too far gone.
Yeah. But because of this subject, it's really sharpening. I mean, it really sharpened my, demand for, fact and real empirical proofs. And if that's what it's doing to me, and it's starting to affect other people in that way, and that's what people are coming to, for me, there could be a tipping of the scale.
Well, I sort of agree with that. Then I don't, because we're talking about the subject here and being very positive about it. But then I'll give you 60 odd people tomorrow who were just rubbish what we were talking about and turn on Coronation Street.
Yeah.
So as long as the TV has a hold on them, as long as the television is brainwashing them into entertainment rather than critical thought, you know, as we talked about as well, that watching TV, you're not in a state of critical thinking, you're in a state of suggestion, you're open to suggestion. So as long as the TV's got hold of people, I don't think they're going to be in this state of questioning and being critical thinking. So I see the main battle is the TV, not so much the establishment keeping the information back. It's that flickering box in the living room that's the...
Well, you know, I'll take it a step further. You know, I'm always, you know, critical and want to point at the individual rather than just the device, you know. You know, people have got the choice, naughty people have the choice to think further. And I think some people just make the choice naughty. You know?
Don't you think, though, that you can be... I'll use socially conditioned, but even don't think you can be brainwashed into taking that choice out of your head?
It's hard for me to say that because, you know, I've lived the same social conditions as everybody else, but I still had the, you know, a question in mind. I still never accepted it. So
yeah, I feel I did to an extent as well, but I never started questioning the shape of the Earth till about three and a half years ago.
Yeah.
So I never had that deep-rooted critical thinking that I feel. I'm not being big-headed, but I feel I've got more critical thinking now than I did then. So I'm saying, well, why didn't I have it then? Was that really brainwashed out of me through social conditioning?
Yeah. But for me, you know, as soon as the penny dropped for me, you know, I realised why none of that made sense back then. But I was the same, you know, still up until that point believed it was a globe. I wasn't heavily invested in it. It was just something that I took for granted.
Probably something you've not really looked into before because we've been so socially conditioned to accept it as real.
Because it's so vast and it's just a matter of fact in everybody's life. You know, it's just one of these things where you go, well, you know, I'm even looking at that at this moment in time. But as I say, as soon as the penny drops, you see it, you go, of course. If you can remove the psychological foundation, the grounding from people, then you've got them in a seriously vulnerable place. You know.
And also from the first day in school when they told you lived in that ball, that was the start of your making you feel more insignificant because an authority was telling you just be quiet and accept this. This is where you live. Yeah. So we've had to battle against that. Our lives have been insignificant and thinking the authority knows best. I know nothing. Oh, it's gravity. You know nothing about that. Oh, okay, let's accept it. And it takes a long, long time to not re-educate yourself, but to let all that go and to start thinking about it rather than just accepting it as you've been told.
Yeah, that's it. And from that moment on, you know, when the social conditioning and these things are put to you, from that moment you start trying to mould yourself into this false paradigm of reality, and then you wonder why people are getting depressed and all these issues. You know, same as me.
And in fear.
Aye, because, you know, the foundation's false from the off. You know, so you're trying to make sense of a lie, but assuming that you know the lie is truth. Yeah. Really, it's not. So you know you're entering into the insanity right there and then, and trying to mould yourself to fit it.
And I was speaking to Ali about, you know, he was counting how people almost felt traumatic sometimes about the fear of asteroids or the planet exploding or aliens coming, or, you know, that played a lot with people's heads, you know, and some people are emotionally affected by that. And that's a state of fear and uncertainty and insecurity. And, and what will happen to the Earth? What will happen to my children? Oh my God! You know, what if an asteroid hits us? Or
and that's allowed to breed in people because of that fake foundation. You know, oh, you're on a fucking blue, nature-defying testicle flying endlessly through meaningless, empty space. Now that's not a foundation for anybody. No, you take a group of fucking kids, involved in a sport like football, thought experiment. I've said this to you before, I think. You go into one dressing room and you say, you're meaningless, life's just a chance, you mean fuck all, blah, blah, blah. And then you go to the other one and say, there's
a comment there by Unsilent Majority TV, which I was talking about yesterday. And they're quite right. These asteroids, they never hit the cities or where people are. They always seem to fall somewhere in the middle of nowhere. We never get to see or test the samples of the rock. It's all taken place somewhere. No independent amateur enthusiasts are allowed to test it. Like the false moon rock that was given to the Dutch government, which turned out to be petrified wood. So we don't get to test these meteorites. And where are these giant meteorite holes that are left? And sorry if I repeat myself. I think we've talked about this. They can follow these asteroids from thousands of miles out and track them. So why don't they film them entering the Earth's atmosphere and crashing to Earth?
Yeah.
And why is Earth not filled with a lot more craters like the Moon is?
Why is the ISS not picking them up and showing?
Yeah, absolutely. Why are they not filmed? Why is the camera crew not going out there while it's still supposedly steaming with the heat and half buried in a huge crater? It never hits the cities, never hits the towns.
The same as Bill Hicks said about the UFO landings with the aliens. It's always some backwards out of town place in the middle of nowhere that they go and visit.
It's not Central Park, is it?
No. So same crap.
Just back to our basic thing at the beginning. No evidence for any of it.
No.
But they use it to keep people in fear and to control society through that fear. And all these talks of asteroids landing and hitting the Earth. Well, people were in fear of that, but there's no evidence behind it.
No. They proof any of these fucking things. It's a problem.
And it just makes you realise, though, that how more people could be confident and secure within themselves if they eradicated half of these fears, which actually aren't actually fears at all. And I don't know about you, Del, but for me, fear is just a thought. Because right this second, you don't have any fears, do you? So if you bring a thought in from the future or the past, then fear comes in. But you have no fears right now. So they can implant all these thoughts into our head through the TV and media about future fears, and there we are, easy to be controlled, because when you're in fear, you're looking for an authority to lead you out of that fear, or to give you an answer so that things will be okay.
Yeah, and yet people are looking for certainty.
So we're easy to control. We'll do what they say. And by the way, we're bringing in this new security policies where you have to give us more information about yourselves, so we can find out who the terrorists are. Okay, yes. Here's my credit card number. Here's naked pictures of me. There you go. Yes, as long as I'm going to be secure.
That's it. And they need that. They want that security. As we were saying.
Well, they want security to know that somebody's looking after them, or going to say it's okay. We'll protect you, and we'll listen to it.
There's smart people who have worked it all out. Therefore, we are the father figure. You can relax, child, and not have to think about anything.
And you don't know anything, so just continue watching your Coronation Street, and we'll do all that for you. That's it. But in the meantime, give up your freedoms and your rights.
But that falsity also plays a part here. When we come to the point where we're allowed to say we don't know. We don't have to have these answers to everything. I don't see why we should be expected to have all these answers.
No. As long as you've got the questions, it doesn't matter about the answers.
Yeah, and if we're doing
half of those answers will come anyway if you're asking the right questions.
Yeah. Look at these claims and look at claims that people are making and demand the actual proof of things and accept nothing less. Sooner people get to that, the better.
Yeah. Well, I don't think you can go wrong with that outlook.
No, especially when we're dealing with, you know, as I said before, if we have to stay here and this is where we're meant to be, and we have to, you know, work as societies and stuff, you know, like councils and all these different things, these external bodies that we have to represent us, it should always be based on empirical facts, you know, and no tolerance of corruption at any kind, you know.
But it's interesting that the people presenting that are the corrupt ones and the ones who do shoddy deals, but yet they're telling us not to. It's like I don't know if what your feelings are on the global warming issue and humans affecting it, but well, actually, here's a case where science isn't always right, because you've got scientists on both sides of the debate of whether humans affect climate change. So it's saying, what it's implying is that half of science is wrong in this case. So science is not always 100% written in stone, but interestingly, people like John Travolta and I can't remember the other celebrities, he was flying around the globe in his, you know, he's got private jets, about 3 jets he's got at home. So he's flying around the globe giving talks on climate change and what we should do to avoid it. I just got angry. I thought, what? Flying around in your jets and you're telling me to stop using a wee bit of deodorant under my arms? He's flying around in his jet. It's the hypocrisy of, you know, they want the little people to be in their pens and adhering to all these policies, rules, and regulations. While the folk at the top do what they want and exploit it.
It's just all part of, it's all part of the psychology of, oh, this wee delicate accident that we're on, and you know it's meaningless, and we need to protect it. You know, the Earth's more important to protect, so therefore we need to be in control and tell you that they're not allowed to fart, and there's, you know, tax on your breath now, and you know all this fucking crazy stuff. You know, it's just keep that psychological imprint of insignificance, fear, delicacy. You know, it just all adds to it. It's fucking nonsense. I don't see any proof for any of that stuff either.
No, someday a police officer might stop you and fine you for farting, Dale. Something else to tax you on.
Yeah, for me, it's a finely tuned machine, and that, you know, it's maintained in some way. So all this crap that they sell you, you know, about it being delicate and I don't buy any of it.
No, no, do I. No. Yeah. Especially when apparently there was 2 ice ages before people even set foot in this place. So
and again, what is this place? You know, where are we?
Yeah, big question.
You know, well, that for me, without that, you know, everything else is just a fucking guess. You know, we need that. That's for me is the significance. That for me, you know, leads me to, you know, why they're so thingy about hiding it. Because obviously, if you know exactly where you are, you know, the whole game changes. There's stability then, you know.
I think society may break down if
the way it is. Yeah. I don't think that's a bad thing. Do you?
No, I didn't say it's a bad thing, but it'd be a bad thing for a lot of people at the top if society broke down. And
Also,
that's why they can't have it.
It's a bad thing for the people who are invested in the way it is. You know, as I said that before, you know what you're dealing with here is people who, within this structure, have success, and you know they're invested in that success, and they like the life they have. So that you know they want to protect that.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at people like the royal family and that sort of thing, there's no way they'd want the sheeple to be informed and to know what's going on and to see how corrupt they are and the division between the rich and the poor and the exploitation, injustice. No way they'd want that.
Well, you know, I think this technology that we're using right now shot them in the foot as well. You know, the ability for people to communicate all this stuff to each other.
Well, I'm surprised they still haven't shut down part of the internet. I'm quite surprised at that, with so much information being shared.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I said before. You know, for me, you know, this whole thing about the Globe being a lie. If they wanted that shut down, they would. So it made me suspicious about, you know, are they trying to reveal that lie, but you know, take it somewhere else into another lie? You know, I think people should be wary of that and consider it, that that's what's actually happening here.
Yeah, I think that's what we were talking about last time, about keeping part of your mind open and not being 100% concluded that what you have is the whole thing, the whole picture, or even the truth.
Yeah. Yeah. So what's going on in this chat? Sorry,
Well, I think there are a lot of people in the chat that are of the same opinion, that there is a paradigm shift, and there is an attempt to hijack it by people that have got their own motives.
Yeah. So is that you know, when people say paradigm shift, you know, is it something that's initiated? Is it a natural occurrence? I mean, you know, what's going on? Because as I said, you know, it wouldn't be hard. You spoke about that earlier, John. You know, you're saying about, you know, they tell us these rules that we're supposed to adhere to, but you know, they play different rules, and I've always been aware of that. Well, not always, but you know, it came to me quickly that there's a set of rules for us, and then there's the real reality that's going on the outside. So I lost where I was going to go with that. You know, the paradigm shift thing. You know, is it organic? You know, obviously the lies being revealed somehow. They could shut it down if they wanted. That was the point I was going to make. You know, you wouldn't get as far as publishing books and, you know, us now communicating and spreading this on the internet. You know,
but then there is censorship going on. There is things that are censored. I won't get into it, but I'll just mention it. You know, like the Madeleine McCann case, where the Portuguese policeman who wrote the book, that book was a bestseller in Europe, but yet McCann's influence with the government got that banned in Britain. So that family got a book banned that I can't watch. I'm not free to watch in a free democratic society. And also, there was a film, I was talking about a film made about the killing of Princess Diana by Lily Allen's dad. I forget what his name is. But anyway, that's banned in Britain. We're not allowed to watch it, although I've got a copy. Unlawful Killing, I think it was called. And it was shown in a cinema in Ireland, and they were interviewing people coming out after they watched the film, and they were asking what they thought of it, and they said, if that was shown in Britain, there'd be riots on the street.
Yeah.
So there is, and I've got quite a few books that you can't get on the bookshelves that I've had to send away for in different countries. So there is censorship in this country.
Yeah.
But people, you know, they'll point to places like East Berlin and North Korea and laugh and go, the government keeps things from you.
Yeah.
But here it's more subtle, so they don't think there's censorship here.
Yeah.
So, and I know that there's a lot of censorship on YouTube. I've heard so many people's channels been closed down, and figures been messed around with, and things blocked, and even Google. You know, if you really want to get the truth on Google, you have to go down about 5 pages because the first page is just establishment, the rhetoric, and to get alternative information, they might not even be on Google, but you have to go way down the pages to see alternative information, because people never go beyond the first page when they're searching on Google. Yeah. So sorry, it's a bit of a long rant, but I just really think that there's a lot of censorship in this country, and we're not really as free as we think we are.
No, and it's will be relevant to, you know, wherever you are, whatever's important and significant to that culture or whatever's happening in that country. Just as you say, you know, the Diana thing would have been closer to people's hearts here than it might be somewhere else, so they don't have an issue with it being shown there, you know.
Yes.
And that's compartmentalising, you know, and stopping people from really, you know, uniting properly. But as far as this subject goes, you know, I'm seeing, you know, evidence and proof of this in social circles of it spreading. But you know, my concern's always been, you know, what is the true situation? You know, although people are realising it's not a globe, we can't get about claiming that it's something else. We need to be wary of that because that could be used against you.
Yes, yeah, I think it's good to reiterate that quite often. That, well, prove it's a flat earth, and it's you can't accept either model as factual until you have some evidence.
No.
But yeah, you've always been strong on the water being a large part of the earth and its level. So
yeah. So and I see kind of undertones, ripples of this. Still the alien thing. There's the religious aspect that it's God's creation. There's these models, these ideas that could be used to still limit you. As I said it before, it's not beyond to think that they would offer a new paradigm that was more altruistic. As you were saying earlier, just to give people that satisfaction in order for them not to go discovering what the true dimensions are and what are really there.
And I think that's a great point. You're saying that it's going to be a nicer paradigm, but if you build up a picture and present it as fearful, unknown, aliens, asteroids, people will shy away from it, and they'll be herded and penned into somewhere which is cozy and comfortable and comforting. They won't go exploring in a place where it's scary, it's unregulated, it's unpoliced, no authority. So they won't bother going there.
That's it. So they could push that, and then we would have to unite together. It brings us into this new paradigm, and things need to change. They could use anything. You hear ripples of this stuff from Antarctica at the minute. And I've seen guys like David Wilcock. There was a video popped up of him, who's a supposed truther. And I see the people like that talking about Antarctica. Have they found the lost city of Atlantis? And the supposed Buzz Aldrin, quote that there's something evil there. Are they going to say there's aliens? There's access to somewhere else. Whatever's beyond is terrifying. We can't go.
There's a lot of information about Admiral Byrd, isn't there? And the military that went down there. I don't know how true all of that is. But did you see the story about the Norwegian sailor, somebody Anderhoy?
Yeah.
That was really interesting.
Yeah, but I didn't look to try and verify that story for myself or whatever, so I don't know much about it. I would be lying if I did. But I remember somebody highlighting his name as being a kind of alarming, Land Ahoy, but
yeah, but I think he's a young explorer from Norway, and he'd already had some success and broke records single-handedly exploring. But sorry.
No, I was just going to add in there, Norway, because that was another point that I had made at the beginning. There was a lot of focus on Antarctica, the outer rim, but never a lot of talk about the North Pole or what's the centre. So it could just be total distraction.
Absolutely, yeah.
And how do we know that the North's not really the outside? There's all these aspects that.
Well, there's two areas that we're not really allowed to go and independently explore, anyways.
Yeah. So.
But it's just interesting that 3 of his crew disappeared and his boat.
Yeah, I'm sure there's been many others. I mean, look at where the Bermuda Triangle is. Is that where they're ditching these NASA rockets? And if you were a ship or a plane who shouldn't have been there and seen something that you shouldn't have, it's take them.
And interesting that Britain have such a hold on the Falkland Islands.
Yeah.
Which was took by force originally, and why they're so interested in a wee island there. Some people say it could be oil, fair enough, but it's just too near Antarctica for my liking.
Yeah. And that was it as well, this whole thing about, only 5% of the population being in the southern, is that deliberate?
Mm.
You know, because if you can limit the population, there, you're limiting the possibility of discovery. You know.
But then I don't understand that, because it's a hot climate for the continents that are nearest to Antarctica. They're hot climates.
Yeah.
You think it'd be more heavily populated than it would be in the northern hemisphere.
Exactly. I've said that before. You know, why the fuck do people want to live in these conditions? You know, what the fuck is, you know, talk about patriotism in your ancestors, and I look at Scotland and I go, they must have been fucking thick.
Careful, Dale. Careful, Dale. It's sunny here every day of the year, man. It's scorching.
No, but seriously though, do you know what I mean? You'd have to be fucking stupid. Oh, look how grey and dreary and wet it is here. Let's live here. You know? Fucking hell.
Well, you won't get a job for the Scottish Tourist Board, that's for sure.
If they started using the fucking weather mods that they supposedly have and made it fucking sunny here, it would be a great place to live.
No, but you're right. I mean, if you had a choice, but then it's down to your social conditioning, isn't it? It's where your ancestors are from, where your family are from. So you want to stay there because my family were from here, my ancestors from here. So why would I move off to a sunny climate? I'll stay here and freeze my whatever.
Live in the damp. It's fucking great fun.
Yeah.
So, oh, I need to just check this a wee minute. I've got a wee this thing here. Jarek wanting a wee link.
Jarek Randahoy, is it?
Still, again, if anybody's got anything to say or wants to come in and make a point about anything, then they're free to do so. The main focus tonight was just about the, you know, these globe proofs supposedly. You know, for me, it's tiring that, you know, I've left that a long time ago. It's, you know, it's not a globe. There's zero proof for it. Now it's just, you know, my position now where I know what, you know, needs to happen. But until then, I've got time to philosophise and ponder, look at other aspects, you know, the social aspects, psychological, emotional aspects of where we are and what's happening. So, you know, it's open to all sorts of discussion. I've sent to Jarek that link. Anybody else who's wanting in? So what's happening in the chat? Where are we here? Alex Quant. If I recognise that account from somewhere. Good viewer count. Well done, Dale. That's what that means. What am I comparing that to? What does that mean? Markowski, year roll on global warming. Let's all go out and spray some aerosols. Seriously though, you know, I've said it before. Weather modification, Scotland's in serious fucking need of it.
So, although to be fair though, Dale, it's been a mild winter, hasn't it?
Aye, but even at that, I feel robbed. I like a nice freezing cold, snowy winter. You know, we get to, it's like we have this opposite thing happening. When it gets to spring, I don't know if you're noticing this, especially in the last couple of years, it gets to spring and it's really warm. You know,
April, there's a surge of humidity in spring.
Yeah, and then but we get into June and it's like the heating's on and jumpers and it's fucking freezing. You know? And then when we get, same again when we're coming into winter, you know, November it's getting icy and freezing. You know, you think you're in for a, you know, cold winter with some snow. All of a sudden it gets to December and it's like, I'm walking outside with a t-shirt, there's a warm wind. You know, like, what the fuck?
Warming, bring it on. It's been a mild winter.
You know, what is causing that? Because it's nothing like, you know, for me as a kid, seasons were seasons. You know, you knew it was spring, summer, autumn and winter.
I think you've been farting a bit too much still.
Hey. Too much lentil soup happening up here. That's the cause of it. Stop making lentil soup and the clouds will disappear.
There's all these bloody cows farting in the fields as well, I think, causing global warming.
Well, that's what happened to the dinosaurs. You know? They were that big and farted that much that they caused a disaster.
Earthquakes.
Right. Wasn't he really a meteorite or whatever the fucking shit is they told you?
Have Have you looked into HARP?
I did years ago.
The weather modification. I mean, somebody was talking about earthquakes and how they happen with the tectonic plates and that, and I'm thinking, well, is it the movement of those plates, or is it something more manufactured? Who knows?
Who knows? I can play with ideas and say, this whole thing's a machine. Say it is a sphere, and the outer shell rotates, or there is motion. That motion is going to create friction, which is going to create heat. So, what we see as lava, these things could be a byproduct of the motion of the machine. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It could be anything. Tectonic plate movements. These movements are happening. If there is mechanical moving parts of this reality that we're experiencing, then things are going to shift. You're going to get movements.
Yeah. Oh no, we did talk about that in one hangout. It's about those pop stars having the clouds removed so they can have a concert in sunny weather, didn't we?
Yeah, I spoke about the Beijing Olympics. They openly admitted it on that. Whatever the amount, a team that they had working on it, to make sure that the weather would be good.
Yeah.
So
it's documented they've been using it since the Vietnam War. So.
Yeah. So fuck knows what they're doing up in Scotland. It makes me wonder. If it is some sort of manipulation. By fuck, we need the sun up here.
Absolutely.
If you're going to use it anywhere, use it here. We deserve a year of pure sunshine.
Maybe you should write to them. Instead of experimenting this with the bloody poll tax. Experiment.
Who do I write the letter to? Dear chemtrail guy.
Never mind your poll tax. Try the HARP, please.
Dear Mr. Harp. Please make it sunny in Scotland. I'll cut your grass for a month. Yeah. Aye. So, obviously, if they're admitting it and they're putting it into use, then it exists. So,
it's funny. They're quite open about its existence, but yet they never actually tell you what it's for.
Yeah. It's not for making the people of Scotland happy and bright and happy-go-lucky,
No.
It's for making.
I suppose it's working in a similar way how we're told how the Earth works, how the Moon works, because the Moon apparently is affecting the tides through gravitational pull, isn't it?
Yeah. Sorry, say that again, mate.
It probably works in similar ways that we're told how the Moon is supposed to work, with gravitational pull affecting tides and the water.
Yeah.
Weather modification is another form of weather modification. Yeah. If the Moon is able to do that, then it's interfering with the Earth's weather patterns.
Yeah. When I go for a bath at night, I need to make sure that's not happening. I don't want my bath water being pulled towards the fucking moon.
And going around the same circle as the Coriolis.
Right. No. Right. What's happening here? Sorry, I'll just have a wee look in the chat. Anything good happening in the chat, Marshall?
Just locked up then. On my back, I thought I locked up. Well, people are just enjoying a bit of conversation, though. Nothing. Nobody's got any real proofs that they want to bring forward or anything. Yeah, that's all I can glean from it at the moment, dude. Sorry, I phased out there for a minute.
That's all right, mate. That's all right. That's what happens when you're looking at that chat.
Somebody's wanting proof when you had a bath, though.
Every second Sunday, everybody knows that.
That's good. That's regular, eh?
That is regular for up here.
That's just before you go to church, is it?
The amount of the lack of sunlight and the amount of chlorine and whatever's in your water here, I can see myself in the camera. It's like fucking bleach white. But we're becoming transparent up here. So I'll catch up with the chatter, see what's happening. Where did I go from? See if there's anything good. But no proofs, no claims, no drama queens. All good. I thought they'd been queuing up with their proofs and their claims.
Oh, it's still time yet.
Aye.
John Watson say no Ball Earth proofs have been presented. Well, there was some playback of 10 claim proofs at the very beginning.
No new. He's saying no new Ball Earth proofs.
No, dude, not today, mate. I thought, unless he's got one, I don't know.
Who's this Alex Quant? I've seen this account before. I'm sure I've seen that somewhere.
Barbie McGill says they put fluoride in kids' school milk in Scotland. Yeah, absolutely. And they put it in the water as well of a large proportion of England and Northern Ireland. They say they don't do it in Scotland, but I don't drink the tap water anyway. But
I was under the impression from talking to somebody that worked for the Water Authority that they don't actually put fluoride in the water in England, apart from in 3 locations. One is Windsor, apparently, which I thought was bizarre.
I heard both sides of that argument, Teen, and somebody was on YouTube and they did a survey and they investigated each water board company in England, and some of them did put fluoride in the water.
Yeah, absolutely, they do. Only some, but the
Most
rest,
England, I think.
The rest use chlorine.
Chlorine, aye.
Which
Chlorine.
is,
but then chlorine can be natural as well. So it depends on how the chlorine is produced and if there's too much of it. But fluoride, yeah. I don't know how true it is, but they say Stalin and Hitler put it in the drinking water to make the prisoners docile and to affect their bones and.
I'm sure not Northern Ireland. I think maybe a couple of years ago.
They still do Northern Ireland. The whole of Northern Ireland gets fluoridated.
I thought they stood up against it and had it banned.
They did stand up against it, but well, maybe it is banned there. I don't know.
I'll need to check that out again. My memory serves me right. I'm sure that they managed to stand up against it happening.
Oh, right. I know they did in Southern Ireland, but I don't know about no. Yeah, in most America, fluoridate their water.
Yeah. Magumba, Jimmy's just no cutting it on the guitar tonight, Dale. You're on the big TV. We Stuarts didn't the unit. We usually have a jam on a Friday night with the guitars and stuff. So keep it up, Jimmy. Make a noise.
And like the fluoride, it's the basis of rat poisons. You know that? Yeah. They put it in our toothpaste, and usually on the toothpaste it says, "If swallowed, go to poison control." So
they're strong in telling you that. Use a pea-sized amount and don't swallow it.
Yeah. So to put something in rat poison to kill rats, do you think we should be having it in our mouths?
No. None of that should be going on. They know it.
Between that and mercury in our teeth, is it any wonder?
Yeah.
People are going mad and getting senile dementia.
Yeah, and they try and no. Recently they don't hold back. If you ask to have them removed, they will remove them.
Yeah, but then again, I looked into that. You have to go to a specialist dentist who does this safely, where you can only breathe through your nose, because when you take it out, it escapes into your gums, so it's not safe to take them out with a standard dentist. But it's interesting, like the top hats they used to make. The rim was made with mercury to stiffen it. That's where they get the term "mad as a hatter," because a lot of these guys went nuts because they're working on mercury every day.
Yeah.
And I think in the dentist profession as well, I think a lot of them do suffer from mental health issues.
It's an interesting wee point, that, John. I never knew about that.
Yeah, Alex Quant saying that fluorine is very reactive and likes to attach to other atoms readily, and it gives up an electron in the process. Yeah, what's deployed is sodium fluoride, isn't it? That's what they've under the impression it's sodium fluoride, so it's sort of gone through that process once already. And if you let tap water rest for a while, which I do, yeah, the chlorine will disperse. Yeah, I mean, obviously he's aware of it as well in wherever he is. You can smell it, you can smell it in the water here, chlorine.
You go for a shower or a bath, it's really strong.
Yeah, it's not healthy. Calcium fluoride is healthy, I wouldn't say.
Yeah, I'm seeing Phuket Word saying there, I noticed the massive leak of chemicals in the UK water in Bristol area compared to Thailand. Even if water in heavily polluted Bangkok does not have a smell as strong as the UK water. And I've noticed that really, in the last 10 years, it's the increase in the strength of that's in our water here.
But fluoride is an industrial waste product which we purchase from China because it's really expensive to dispose of. You have to put it underground. So we buy that chemical waste from China and we put it in our water systems. Yeah. We put it in a toothpaste. Yeah, but it's like chemical waste. It's God knows where it's coming. It's industrial waste.
Yeah, it just shouldn't be there.
No. And somebody's mentioned there UHub Prozac. Yeah, Prozac's got fluoride in it as well, and they're giving that to people who have psychotic tendencies. Here, have some more fluoride in.
Even in vitamin supplements and stuff, chloride and fluoride are in them as well.
Not all of them. You really have to the labels to make sure it hasn't got any fluoride in it.
That's incredible that people don't question it. Even when you point it out and say to them, I smell it.
But then if you're told it's healthy, that's good enough for most people. Like your vaccines are healthy, your food is healthy, all your liquids are healthy. Just drink it. Take it. Aspartame and all the sodas and soft drinks. Do you know American airline pilots aren't allowed to fly if they've been drinking aspartame in case they get brain tumor or brain hemorrhages or whatever. So they're not allowed to drink it before they fly.
When you're coming out of the shower and the bath, it's like you're being bleached. When your skin's dry, it's like taking the moisture out of your skin.
Alex Quant, you're quite right. The plastic wrapping and almost everything.
Yeah. Because they say you don't freeze these plastic bottles because it's releasing chemicals as well when you freeze it.
Yeah, and I think the worst of all for these toxins and cancer-causing is they get the plastic container with food, and then they put it in the microwave and radiate it to death. So you get radiation, toxins in the plastic, and then we eat that and we wonder why we get cancer.
No.
I may be going way off topic here with you.
No, mate. It's all relevant. No, it's actually happening. So.
Yeah, but I think it's what you said. From that to the shape of the Earth, we really don't question authority enough in what we're. Did you see the outcry last year or something when they realised there was horse meat in the meat being sold in supermarkets? But I think that's only partly the truth. The donkeys that are in it as well, and possibly animal pets. Where do they go in the food chain?
Yeah.
I mean, we've been lied to on every level, but we don't really question because authority tells us, no, it's okay, we'll look after it.
As long as it comes in a nice wee fancy package and it looks good, people don't care.
No, they don't. No.
It's good enough for them. It's all about the presentation, It never doesn't matter the actual contents.
Pump it full of colourful chemicals to make the meat look fresh. Well, that's fine. It's okay. I'll have that. Hormones and other toxins and
You see some of these foods, like certain foods that have been deep fried, and you see them lying for over like weeks, months, and and they're still not decomposing.
Well, it's a dead carcass, isn't it?
Yeah.
I read as well. You know, during World War II, you used to drink a lot of cocoa powder for drinks, hot drinks, and that. They used to mix that with concrete dust to make it look more. You know, it's the things we do to our food, and we think it's all regulated.
Greed and corruption is going to creep in everywhere. You know, it's all about, well, how can I get more? You know.
But as Barbie McGill says, yeah, go vegan. Totally agree.
Aye.
But the healthiest you can go.
Yeah. Raw.
Yeah, raw vegan.
Yeah.
Well, at least you know what you're eating is fresh, and you prepare it yourself, and especially if it's organic, you know there's less toxins in it.
Yeah. So that, you know, there's all these aspects of this. As I said before, you know, you hear people saying it, oh, there's much more to it than just the shape of the earth. Well, of course there is. You know, and all these things that we're talking about right now are, you know, part of that. It's part of this whole fucking deception.
And I think if you investigate enough and you realise this corner of the field we're being deceived and lied to, then there's more chance of you looking at other things which you might think are crazy. There's more chance of you thinking, oh, well, let's have a look at that as well. Oh, fuck, they're lying to us about that as well. Yeah. So it makes you more open to the next thing that somebody is saying that perhaps you're not being told the truth here. They're more likely to look at it if they've already discovered something that is false.
Well, that's it. That's one of the biggest positives from this. You know, people can lie about the very fucking foundations, the earth you're standing upon, and that sharpens your mind up straight away to go, right, wait a minute.
Yeah.
If I can be deceived there, you know.
But you're right about sharpening up your mind there. The same as Wisdom Keeper 11 said there about veganism. You see, if you're taking the right nutrients and enzymes in your food, that's going to make you sharper and more alert and more energy. But they'll dumb us down with heavily laden processed foods, full of toxins, make us more docile, lazy, because our digestive system is having to work a lot harder to digest these solid processed foods. Now, if you're taking fresh, organic vegetables and fruit, it's going to give you more energy and alertness. But then that's why they're more expensive, because they don't want you in that state of mind. They want you to be bogged down, lazy, lethargic, dumbed down.
Even the fruit and stuff's been messed with. It's been a few years since I had like real quality bits of fruit that taste the way I remember them. You know, just to be passion for them. You're right, didn't it? I also read that organic fruit and veg has an enzyme in them which protects you against the harmful rays of the sun. But all these pesticides that are sprayed on foods kills that enzyme. So not only are you not getting that protection from the sun, you're also getting the harmful rays from the sun harming your skin. And then of course, you can put on sun lotion, which has all the petroleum toxins in it, which go into your bloodstream and block out the sun. So yeah, and you're not getting any hydration from these types of foods that we're eating. There's little moisture content in them.
And heavily laden with salt. Yeah,
that's what you're absorbing. You're absorbing the liquids. You're not absorbing the actual solid. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I think if there's any liquids in there, the salt holds it, so you're not getting even the hydration from any water content of that food, because of the heavy laden salt content just soaks up that water.
Yeah, all plays a part. So, what happened here in the chat? Have you look?
A lot of talk about healthy diets, mate.
Jonah Worms said, feed us shit food, shit TV, ECT, job done. Absolutely.
I fancy chips and curry sauce. I like chips and curry sauce myself.
Spice it.
That's the problem with some of these things. They just taste so fucking good.
Aye, they do. Well, they're actually addictive, aren't they? Because they do put artificial flavours in there that gets you hooked and you want more. Wish you eat too much because it tastes so good.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. You know, that point I was making. I've seen it with foods like for some of these takeaway places, and you're seeing it like a month, 6 weeks later, and it's still no decomposing.
Uh-huh.
Like,
well, they did that with McDonald's.
That's right.
And had it on display for a year, and the chips still looked as fresh as day one because of all the chemicals and the toxins that were keeping it alive.
Serving it.
And we eat that.
Yeah, because I know there's a whole debate with people about the veganism and the meat eating, and I know that it's a touchy subject with certain people.
I don't know why though. I don't know why that is.
Yeah, I think people talk from a lack of experience. Unless you gave up the way of life you had and you tried any of these things to see. And everybody's an individual, everybody's different and reacts differently. So just because things do work for somebody might not work for somebody else, it needs to be tried.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's a wee bit like in relation to the earth. It's about primary experience and primary observation, doing it yourself to do it for yourself.
Barbie's saying here it's not a debate, Dale, it's just facts. So that's it. If Barbie's experienced it, I've experienced it myself. I was into going to the gym all the time and trying to get bigger and eating red meat and and it was making me fucking ill.
How many people did you kill?
Oh, but it really made me ill. My insides. It was horrible. So I gave it up for it was.
Did it make you angrier?
What?
But were you more angry or short fused with all the red meat you were eating?
I don't think it had an effect on me that way. Well, I don't know. I wasn't aware of it, but. I had anger issues anyway when I was younger. That was just part of my life. But when I gave up the red meat, I felt better within myself. I had more energy. I wasn't lethargic.
Yeah. But when you think about those solid bits of meat, it has to go all the way through your intestines.
Yeah.
You're having to work hard. No wonder you're tired after you eat meat.
Right. And part of that for me was my stomach was used to feeling the weight of eating that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So, but once I had overcame that part of it, it was it was fine. A lot of these things are habits that we think, well, I'm craving that. I'm craving. My body needs it. My body needs it. You go, no, it's just because you're used to feeling that. You're used to having that weight in there and eating that type of food. But when you try something else, you see the benefits.
I totally agree.
Yeah. But it's again, people need to try it before just commenting.
But I don't understand the resistance. If I can understand if it's a bit more expensive, but health benefits wise, being educated about health and nutrition, why would there be such resistance to it?
Yeah, and that's it. Even on another level, we talk about sentience, and in our culture especially, people love animals. They love their dogs and their cats and their blah blah blah. But yeah, places like Asian countries, they'll chop the dogs up and skin them and eat them, and and we've got these abattoirs where you've got these other sentient animals who are obviously feeling and experiencing, who are just being treated as it's fine, just fucking slaughter them and use them to eat. There's another aspect to this that I had to take into consideration, because I'm the same. I have an animal, a pet. And you look at it and you know that there's sentience there. So why are we then ignorant to the suffering that's going on with these other animals?
Well,
do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's a total contradiction there that for me is an issue.
Yeah, I was just going to say that it's a huge contradiction because I'll eat that animal, but I won't eat that one in my lap.
Yeah,
and
I think
that's what took me off into veganism, and is that the animals they're my friends, so why am I going to eat them? And I seen a place in China where they just grab a dog's rear legs and swing it and knock its head on the ground to kill it. I mean, disgusting, you know. And I think Paul McCartney said that if every abattoir had glass walls, everybody would be vegetarian or vegan.
Yeah.
And I quite agree.
Yeah.
If you see how they treat animals in an abattoir, you wouldn't eat meat again.
And I wrestled with that, you know. And for me, I can be at ease with it, you know. If people want to eat meat, you know, idealistically, then, you know, go and fucking hunt it yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. And in this day and age, there's no reason to kill anything. We don't need to kill anything to have a healthy diet, prosper, and be healthy. We don't need to torture and suffer animals.
Especially the methods, as you say, it's torturous and it's unnecessary, you know. It's fucking horrific. And I can't even watch
it. It is horrific. And like we were saying, people should be more angry about being lied about the shape of the earth. What we should be angry about is the murder of animals, the torture and murder of animals around the world. I know a lot of people be turning off hearing that, but I'm quite passionate about it. I'm quite angry about suffering.
Well, I'm the same. You know, as I say, you assess it and you go, well, you know, animals have sentience. You know, so, you know, is it any wonder why we're being preyed upon when we don't even consider these things and we just think it's all right and that they're just a commodity there for us to use and abuse? It's all very well people want to have that in their diet and part of their life, but for fuck's sake, it has to be, you know.
You know, I was driving down the motorway about this time last year, and I was overtaking this lorry, and it was full of sheep going to the market, and some of their heads were out between the bars of the carriage, and they were actually looking at me in the eye like a human would, and I got quite tearful. I just thought, I want to go there and let them all out.
That's it.
And they were jam-packed and they were standing on each other, and I think, and having a dog myself, I didn't see that sheep as any different to my dog, and I just,
well, that's a contradiction in it. That's the, you know, it's like it's so contradictory and ignorant, you know, when you actually look at it like that. Sure. You know, it's a big discussion, you know, that I know people are getting involved in, and it brings you back to this whole nature. What is nature? What is natural? What is this place we're living in? How did it come to be? Why are all these animals here? You know, people are trying to, you know, for me, I don't accept it the way this reality is. I don't accept that there's nothing that can, you know, bring me to peace with it to accept it for why nature has to be the way it is. And is it nature? Is this a contrivance of some sort? Is this the way things are meant to be? You know, who knows? You know, there's all these questions. But
that's a good question, Dale. I mean, is it meant to be like this, or is it just naturally evolved like this?
Yeah, well, that's it. This is the whole question. But for me personally, you know, I have issues where I have that empathy, and it tears me up the same as you. You know, like fucking hell, the thought of things having to suffer. You know, if I can be ignorant, and allow that to happen, then I've got fucking nothing to moan about if it's being done to me.
Yeah, but I think also if we stay silent to say like animal suffering and that, then we're condoning it. We're part of the problem.
Yeah.
We should be standing up and saying, no, that's we don't need to do that. That's wrong.
Yeah.
And we should be angry about things like that, about animal suffering, animal cruelty, because it doesn't need to happen in this day and age. It's exploitation of the weak and the vulnerable.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's
torture.
It's a reflection. You know, if we're willing to accept that, that's what I'm saying. Why should we moan that some other minds or whatever wants to prey and abuse us? You know, we have to. You know, people need to look at that. If you're willing to accept that that's part of your reality, then you should be just willing to accept that you're going to be preyed upon and used and abused as a commodity. You know.
Don't you think that people committing these well, they are crimes, aren't they? But treating like animals or some people in that way, I think they've lost part of their own humanity.
Well, you know, as I said before, and as the YouTube is saying, you have to survive. You might not need to eat meat, but it's packed with nutrients. You know, well, in an idealistic sense, you know, I would say if you want to eat meat, I think part of that journey should be that you take part in it, that it's your personal thing, that you kill it, you skin it, you process it and eat it, you know, if that's what you want to do. But it's putting it into the hands of these companies who are only interested in profit, then, you know, the animals' welfare and treatment becomes, you know, the second priority, because it's about the profit.
But what you said there is full of nutrients and full of iron and things like that. But then I think that's just clever marketing by the meat industry. But there's a variety of different foods that has far more nutrients than meat has. Far more fruits and vegetables has better nutrients. So I would say, why are they focusing on animals? Because of the inherent cruelty and suffering that the animals go through. Surely you can have an alternative. And if people knew the beautiful flavours and variety of tastes and textures you can have in a vegan diet or a vegetarian diet, you know, people wouldn't miss their meat.
Yeah.
And you think of all these animals that wouldn't be suffering. Sorry, I shouldn't go on about that. I should.
Oh, well, if that's your passion and that's your journey, John, then that's fine. You know what I mean? Everybody's entitled to that.
But I think it's more our loss of our humanity and our empathy for.
Aye, that's the
people
point.
and animals.
You know, we have to consider the actual process that's happening here.
Yeah, it's a process.
Take any consideration.
Part of that process of making us more losing part of our humanity is also conditioning us to and dumbing us down to accept what we're told by the authorities in relation to the shape of where we are and everything else that we get through our education system.
Yeah, and that whole point, you know, that's what I'm saying. You know, I can only base it on who I am and what I want to see, and, you know, what I accept and what I don't accept. But a lot of it comes down to, what is this reality? You know, where are we really? How did it get here? What is the actual, you know, what's actually happening here? You know, we can't make sense of these arguments of should we eat meat, should we not eat meat? Oh, the natural process, well, what's natural? You know, what are we basing all this on? Because none of us know where we are. None of us know what. None of us know what.
If I could just agree with Barbie McGill. Yes, I know I should, Barbie, but I'm just trying to be respectful of, it's not my channel, and there's a lot of injustices out there. But yeah, animal suffering is way up there. But
people anything suffering.
Yes, anything suffering. Yes.
Yeah.
In a sense, we're suffering as well. We've been lied to. I think that's quite a big suffering, and our children are being lied to at school about this, about where they live. That makes me quite angry that the next generation have been lied to about where they live.
Yeah, because they're being robbed of that grounding the same as we have.
Absolutely.
And people need to get pissed off and start fucking demanding to know where the fuck they are and know what the truth is of this place. You know?
Yeah.
Any of these fucking spiritual teachings and all these books and fucking nonsense. It's time for that to end.
B12, yeah, you have B12, but then, you know, you can go to your doctor and get B12 injections, or you can have B12 supplements, or you can, if you're a vegetarian, you can still eat eggs, I suppose, if you've got eggs and you're looking after them humanely and you're not killing them. I don't see anything wrong with farming your own eggs, which have got a lot of B12 in them. But you can take the tablet for them. You don't have to have any animal matter to get B12. Sorry, what were you saying, Jill?
No, nothing, mate. I'm just letting you go. Just give me a second.
Freedom. Oh, no. Keep me in a leash.
Again, all this stuff just brings me back to, you know, people debating and what's right, what's wrong, what's this, what's that. You know, for me, I've got to sit on the fence still and say, well, you know, I can't make any assessments on any of this stuff because I don't know where I'm. I don't know what this fucking life's about, what the rules are, what it's meant for, what, you know, what's happened, what the true history is. I know absolutely nothing. So I'm stabbing in the dark. I can only base things on my experience and how things make me feel. and affect me, and that might change from day to day. So, you know, I don't have an opinion really on that. My only opinion is, you know, I think people want to do what they do, then they should be the process. It shouldn't be out of their hands.
Would you like to send Barbie a link? I think Barbie's requesting a link.
Well, if Barbie's got something to say, of course, she can come in.
I don't think she's got the link.
Oh, Marshall.
I'll see if I can sort that out for you, Bobby. 2 secs.
Cheers, man. You know, it's that's what I'm saying. You know, people are making opinions and comments about the subjects like this. They actually need to try it for themselves. You know, it's the same thing applies. You know, going about natural science. You know, apply it to yourself. You know, if you're curious and you want to try it, find out. Don't listen to people's fucking hearsay. You know, try a diet. You know, go on a vegan diet, whatever you like. You know, and see how you feel. You know, everybody can base it from their own experience.
Barbie, you're saying many people need it. Are you talking about the link or a certain lifestyle of food? Not sure.
I can't. You've got no email contact, Bobby.
Oh, I can send it in Skype, can't I? I can send it there.
Can you do it that way, Doug? Because there's no email contact through the G+. So
I'll send it in Skype.
all right, cheers, mate.
Forgot about that. That's sent.
Nice one.
You know, again, you know,
Barbara's talking about B12. Yeah, so many people need it. Even meat eaters could be deficient in B12. And it helps with energy levels too, B12.
it's not that, you know, they know the animals are being messed with steroids and all the antibiotic hormones, you know, and then they're consuming that. That's going to be
they're also consuming all the pesticides on the crops that they're eating. Oh yeah, I mean most cows are being reared on crops now rather than grass. Now grass has got B17 vitamin, which helps to combat cancer. So they're not getting that if they've been fed oats or grains. So they're not getting all the vitamin K from all that green grass that they eat, because grass is really healthy. Because I don't know if you've tried wheatgrass. That's like, if you drink wheatgrass, you feel like that's drugs going straight into your veins, and you can feel Popeye feeling.
Well, wheatgrass.
Yeah, wheatgrass is so powerful. You drink that and you feel you want to take on the world. It's just the energy you get from it. It's amazing. It's like rocket fuel.
You buy it in a liquid form, or what is it?
No, I buy it seed form, and the seeds grow within 2 weeks to full length grass.
Right.
So juice it, and oh my god, I've never felt so alive and so strong and so full of energy by drinking wheatgrass.
I think that with watercress, you know, that was big here, wasn't it?
Beg pardon?
Watercress back in the day, you know, it was quite popular here.
Yeah. It's any greens so healthy, but then it has to be organic because you don't want to be eating that with all that pesticides sprayed on them.
Hello, Barbie.
Hello, Barbie. Pleased to meet you.
Can't hear you. You must be muted.
We're talking about English.
Start singing, Barbie, so we can hear you.
It's a really bad connection. You're breaking up. Is it just my end? No.
No, you're either. Maybe she'll get there. Is that Jonathan here as well?
Yeah. Hi everyone. What's up?
How are you doing?
Listen, guys, sorry. I just need to go to the toilet here. I'll be back in a wee minute.
Okay.
Can I hear you, Barbie?
She's probably lagging
Sure,
or
can
something.
you?
I heard that.
Yeah, I heard that too, but there's bad connection probably issue.
Could you sing a song, Barbara? So I can hear you.
It might be best, Bob, if you drop out and join back in again, because the lag from your end is not going to be workable. So if you just just drop out and redial it, and then maybe it'll level out. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
That was
wow.
quick and sweet.
Oh,
Just as it's settled.
I'm sorry for some noises, but I need to change the position of microphone.
Alex says Barbara's cracking up.
Yeah,
She must know her well.
I don't know.
So how have you been keeping, Jonathan?
I'm good. I was watching you like 1 hour, but need to eat something. So you was talking about today about 10 proofs about globe, right?
Talking about what? Sorry.
10 proofs about globe. That was from YouTube.
Yes. Yeah.
That was so funny. That was so funny.
They were quite basic proofs, though, weren't they?
Yeah, with the stars are the planets are the planets are round, so the Earth is round, right?
Is it?
No, it's not. But
Yeah, I think I've seen that video before, but yeah, some of them were quite.
me too.
Yeah. Well, hello, Barbie. Can you communicate now?
Sure.
Yes, you
It's
can.
better right now.
Yes, you can. I think you wanted to come on because I think you had a lot to say about veganism.
I mean, yeah.
So what's
It's-
I have a question. What's your purpose to go vegan?
What was my reason for doing it?
Yeah.
Or what is the reason? Or
What's the reason? What's the purpose?
I can't speak for everybody. I can speak for myself if that suits you. I had some health issues, and I tried everything. I tried big farm. I tried surgery. I tried everything, but what I didn't try was to adjust what I was putting into my body as far as food. And I'm still here, and I shouldn't be. So I'm a believer. And after 3 years, there are other reasons, because I went into it for one reason, and then I discovered other reasons as I went along. And if you research what you eat fully enough, then you start to find out that's a big conspiracy too. I mean, what you put in your body is big, it's huge. People like to give veganism this bad rap, new age, la stuff, but it's not like that. It's not like that. Wow, there's so much I could say about it. I don't like to push it on people, but I do defend it.
But you're asked, Barbie, so you're not pushing it on anyone. Jonathan.
It can change your life.
No, I'm okay with it.
No, I meant Jonathan asked you, so no, you're not pushing it on anyone.
There's so much behind what's going on with food, and this started even like just with processed sugar, and what they knew about processed sugar when they really started pushing it. I mean, they knew that it was bad for people. They knew it was going to make people sick. My belief is that that's what feeds cancer, that cancer is a fungus, and it feeds on processed sugar. So, but at the same time, your body survives, every cell in your body survives on glycogen, which is basically sugar.
Yeah.
So that tells me that the body needs, good sugars. You're not getting that from meat. People like to think that they're getting all of this stuff from meat, but if you research what your body and what every cell in your body survives on, it has nothing to do with meat. Zero. So, and all this stuff about B12 deficiency, there's heaps of people who are B12 deficient that are not vegan. In fact, most people are B12 deficient. They just don't know it. So that's like this little misconception. It's not true. Anyway.
Yeah.
The whole point is, people should be encouraged to try things for themselves rather than listen to hearsay. And if people are experiencing it and they're willing to sharing their experiences, then that's all we can ask for.
I think it's kind of difficult for people to try these new experiences when big multinationals like the dairy and farms publicise so strongly about how good meat is for you, and drinking milk, which isn't natural. You're drinking another animal's milk. It's meant for their calves, not for growing adults. And with all the hormones in milk and how it's produced, we're encouraged to drink something which isn't good for us. But yet we've been sold this lie, and you get all these personalities with the white lips drinking milk saying how good it is for us. It's not good for us. And any nutrients or calcium that was in it, it's boiled out of it through the processing. But we've been socially conditioned to believe things are good for us. And like Barbara quite rightly points out about meat, and all the negative effects about meat leading to cancer, we shouldn't be eating that either. It's not healthy for us. It's all damaging to us. And I think some people get colonics. I've had it once just to clean out my system before I went vegan. But if you don't get something like a colonics, you can have toxic meats sitting in your intestines for years, 20-odd years, petrifying, poisoning your system, and that needs to be cleared out. But if you're eating a lot of roughage and organic roughage, that can clear your intestines out as well. But people are walking around with this being in their intestines for 20-odd years, toxic, and then they wonder why they get cancer.
Yeah, that's right.
It's been probably about 8 months ago here in the U.S., and I knew it was coming. I kept wondering, when are they going to let this out? And they did do it. But it was like just this quick, brief thing, and they don't talk about it anymore, where they actually came on the news and admitted that red meat causes cancer.
Yeah. Yep.
But then all of a sudden, they just say, okay, we're going to let it drop, So if you caught that, fine. If you didn't, fine. Just keep right on eating it, because the cancer treatment hasn't changed since the 1920s, and they're just going to keep bilking people for money. But the truth is,
but I'm sure you do know though that there's many natural cancer treatments out there.
Oh yeah. I'm very aware of it. I made a video, I don't know, it's been like a month or so ago, about where they're finding this new marker for cancer, and how plants and fruits and vegetables that actually are subject to fungus, they have something in them called salvestrols.
Yes, salvestrol, what you get in grapes and red wine.
Yeah, well, grapes are mostly the resveratrols, but any fruit or vegetable that can perish quickly because of a fungus or whatever, they contain these salvestrols that they've shown fight off cancer. Not only do these salvestrols fight off cancer, they only kill the cancer cells.
Yeah.
They don't kill the healthy cells, just the cancer cells.
That's like the cyanide in B17. It's not a cyanide that it kills your good cells. It just targets the cancer cells.
Yeah, like an apricot seed, you mean?
Apricot seeds, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, so, but the problem with this stuff going on with the salvestrols is when they geoengineer food, what they're doing is they're telling these fruits and vegetables that they don't need to protect themselves against these funguses anymore. So they're taking the salvestrols away from the fruits and vegetables by telling them you don't need to do this anymore.
But I think that's the same pesticides and that which kill a lot of good enzymes in the fruit and the vegetables. But organic vegetables still has those healthy enzymes which help combat toxins and other cancers. But it's a pesticide that are killing it all. And not only is the pesticides killing the good nutrients and enzymes, we're also digesting that pesticides, which kills any insect that goes near it. But we then consume that. It's madness. It's complete madness.
It is, and now in the U.S. we're having this deal going on where till up my whole backyard, and I plant a freaking huge garden, and I want to take some of that I've grown and give it to other people. It's going to be illegal to do that, and you have to question.
Is it not also illegal in some states to collect your own rainwater?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's tricks to that though.
Oh yeah.
I'm working on that water collection. I actually have solar panels now, my hallway, stacked up with boxes. But there are tricks to the collection. You can get around those laws.
They're making it tough, though.
But it's
they're making it.
Yeah, they're making it really, really tough because, like, even with the solar power, what they want you to do still is tie into your power company, and then whatever you don't use, they will buy from you. But they turn around and sell to other freaking people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it's, to me, it's connected, you know, to not having any knowledge or control of where you're at.
Yeah.
It's all connected.
Yeah.
I don't know. You know, that's just the way I feel about it.
And it all sort of disempowers us, doesn't it, to question authority and what we're being told about everything from the shape of the earth to being educated and informed of what we're putting in our bodies. It's all connected to dumb us down and make us insignificant in living.
But the real point of this is that, you know, it's connected to showing us how, you know, we don't critically think for ourselves. You know, and we've not got anybody to blame but ourselves, and the responsibility lies with us as the individuals, you know, to take control of these things and start looking at them, you know.
I 100% agree with that. But our confidence has been taken away from us to make us feel insignificant. And you don't know anything. We know everything. So unless we say it, it's not true. So people, like when you talk to people who've got cancer and they're told they're dying, and you try to tactfully suggest to them, have you thought about trying something else? No, I put my faith in my doctor, because they've been socially conditioned to believe in authority rather than to trust their own intuition, their own critical thinking, and go off and have a look at alternative things. They don't have that confidence because it's been killed out of us. From that day they told us, the teacher told you live in that globe. Okay, great. I must be so insignificant. I know nothing. And from that day on, we're disempowered, and we lose our confidence to believe in our own intuition and our critical thinking and go and think for ourselves. So we adopt authority on every level, from politics to education to health to the shape of where we live.
Yeah, they want to discourage first-hand experience. You know, that's
absolutely, yeah.
Take that away from you. You know,
no primary knowledge or experience. It's all secondary.
Yeah, There was never anything practical, never encouraging anything like that. It was, you say you know nothing and you take it in authority because we know better.
It's like we said earlier. It's you don't want an informed, critical thinking public because that's a danger to the whole system.
Aye, if you get people who have got the ability to assess what they're being told, and know that they need to demand proof for things, and they're thinking logically, then that's a danger to any manipulator.
Absolutely.
Because you're not going to get away with telling them lies.
And how are you going to control them?
Well, that's it. That's what my whole push is about. It's trying to get people to that. And I appreciate what Mr. Deeds had said earlier. It's all very well me saying that because I understand that. It's actually how do you get people to that level? And that's what I've had to take a step back and think about. Because you can't just expect people to get with the level you're at or what it is you're trying to say. But that's it. If they're thinking critically and logically, you can't tell them lies, you can't manipulate them. Therefore, game's over. So when I hear that saying about informed, it's not really about information. It's about how you look at information and how you look at these things that are put to you. There's a method of processing it.
But I think the more informed you are, the better choices you can make of what information is factual or false. I think if we're more informed, then our choices are going to be better.
Yeah.
Do you think?
Yeah. Well, aye. For me, as I spoke about with the liberal arts stuff, how do we deal with things? How do we look at things? How do we communicate? There's these aspects that we need to look at and understand.
Yeah, Orphan Red made a good point there about dumbing us down. People have lost trust in the education system. I agree with all that, but I think the power of the television is so massive that it overrides most of that, and that's how we keep most of us dumbed down through the television, the television, because it's a brainwashing machine. It's a government-sponsored brainwashing machine. And that has a hold over the majority of the population still, despite this age of sharing information on social media. The TV is just so strong an influence on people's thoughts and how they can be controlled and manipulated.
Yeah, it can be used for the opposite.
Is take personal responsibility.
But
that's probably the things we'll ever do, is to
how do you get to a state of
yourself?
How do you get to a state of taking responsibility if you're so brainwashed that you don't know that you're brainwashed?
Just repetition, as us.
Sorry?
Breaking up.
You're not actually embedded in you enough, but
yeah, I can't quite hear you, Mark.
It's just hard to screw up again.
Yeah, maybe if you disconnect and try again, but Dale, I think you're talking about raising awareness about where we live. I think people raises awareness in other corners of the field.
Yeah,
help to the whole of all coming together and questioning where we live, because they lied to me about that thing, and I find out they lied to me about this. So when I hear about the lie about the shape of Earth, yeah, I could believe that. Let's look into it.
Yeah. You're talking about how do you get people to that state of awareness and looking. Well, I said it from the very beginning, and it brings me to this whole thing about the characters involved. We can use the same methods. We can use media. We can keep repeating the same message. Use the same tactics to affect people as that they use to manipulate people into ignorance.
Have you got subliminal messages on your channel, Dale? I see something flashing there every a wee flicker rate. I think it's influencing me.
Yeah. So that was,
right, yes. Use the same mediums, yeah.
and having, you know, so many different characters is great, because different characters appeal to different people at different levels. But you know, I think the responsibility on the characters is to, you know, is to push truth.
Yeah. I couldn't agree more with Electric Earth. Yeah.
So it doesn't matter if, you know, somebody's sitting in a clown outfit, you know, appealing to certain characters, as long as that the message they're telling is the truth. Then I don't have an issue with that, you know.
Well, you wouldn't if you weren't superficial. Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I forgot your name. You just said it in your post. Electric Earth. Christmas is brainwashing. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like most traditions, I think, in society, we're brainwashed to accept. Why are you celebrating? Oh, it's tradition. That's all right.
Yeah.
Because my dad did. My dad before him did it as well, so I'll do it. You're probably from the same era, Del, where no, I'm voting for Labour because my dad always voted Labour. So Labour. It's this traditional robotic repetitiveness rather than people thinking for themselves. Yeah, why am I doing this? Why am I celebrating tonight? Oh, because I'm told to en masse because everybody else is doing it.
It's patriotic, you know that. We spoke about that last time. We like, you know, these people who live in extreme conditions, and why do they put up with and stay there? You know, you know, it's once you get it into 1 or 2 generations, it becomes the norm. You know?
Yeah,
they'll just pass it on.
Yeah, maybe Jonathan and Teen should be somebody's asking a panel. Who's the other guy? I've not heard from him yet. So,
all right.
What's up?
Jonathan or Teen want to comment? No, I don't know. I think I've said too much myself.
You've been drinking that wheatgrass.
I'll stop telling everybody. Yeah.
Do you have a constant turnover of that wheatgrass then, like where you got
yeah.
a daily sort of harvest?
I usually have enough seeds where I've got a few trays going at different levels of growth.
Right. So the answer is yeah. You got it on a stage growth sort of cycle. Yeah. Ideal.
Most people don't like the taste. I don't like the taste, but I mix it with other juice, fruits and vegetables, so it's not as potent. You know, it's not so strong. But if you drink it for the first time, if you drink more than a few tablespoons, you'll be sick because it's so potent, so strong. But if you go to some of these juice bars, you know, it's oxidized with all the air, so it's been lying there for a while. But you really got to drink it as soon as you cut it, so that all the nutrients are still in it. But yeah, it's. I haven't personally taken drugs, but my God, it feels like you can feel it going right into your veins. It's that powerful effect on your body, and you just feel so energized. When you think about it, it keeps all the cows and the sheep healthy. You know, there's so much nutrients and vitamins in it, especially B17. I had sorry for ranting, here I go again. I had a friend arguing with me about saying, oh, your dog becomes sick because it's throwing up the grass, because it makes itself sick because it's good for them. I said, no, I don't think so, because when I juice wheatgrass, it comes out the other end the same as it comes out the dog's end, completely dry and devoid of any fluids in it, because all the nutrient is in the fluid, and so the dog takes all the B17 of the grass because it's good for them. That's why they eat the grass. It's not just to make them sick. I mean, you look at all these healthy cows and sheep; they survive in the grass. It's nurtured and watered by the sun and the rain. It's got all the earth's nutrients in it. It's healthy, and that's why I tried it, and it's so potent. The B17 is supposed to combat cancer, and I forget what type of. I can't remember the nut. There's a nut tree. Sorry, I can't remember it. But in some states in America, they banned it about 15 years ago because it's got B17 in it and it combats cancer. So they banned that. You're not allowed to grow that tree. I've said too much.
I know we need to change the subject because it's it's something I don't know much about. And as I say, a lot of this comes down to, for me, it's, nature, natural, Mother Earth, all this stuff, I don't know where I am. So, as I say, experiences, I can eat healthy, I can try these things, they affect me different ways, and I think everybody's the same. And I think it should be left to that, it should be left to the individuals, because right now, nobody has the right to tell anybody what's good, what's no good, what's acceptable and what's not acceptable, because none of us have an objective view of the full reality. Sorry if I just changed it, John, but I've got to say that,
Well, sorry, I missed it. I was let the dog out.
That's all right. So we'll see what's happening in the chat here. Barbie, you back? You get a clearer signal?
I have no idea, guys. I have the freaking most terrible internet in the world here. So they asked it day before yesterday, but it's not much better. I don't think it just stays on now.
No, there's always a problem at this time of year with my connection as well. I think it's when it's due for renewal. I think then they'll offer you some fucking super duper speedy broadband for an extra $5.
Yeah, that's not the deal here. It worked great. I got it in 2012, like a freaking champion. My son could play his PlayStation. I could be on here messing around, yada yada. And then last year, when I started making all these videos, which I know it has nothing to do with the videos, but you know how stuff just gets in your head and you think it's that way. Yeah. It went bad. And so they're saying I'm too far away from the office. And I'm like, well, I wasn't too far away from the office for freaking 4 years. Now I'm too far away from the office. But I'm still paying full price.
You got
so I don't know what else.
You'll get a phone call soon offering you a better deal with a faster broadband. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, this is the only company. That's the thing. With what I got now, then what I have to do is go get like a dish, and I went that route before, and it's so expensive because you don't get what do you say? Unlimited. So next thing you know, your bill comes in and you're like $300 in debt for some internet, and it's like, wow, wait a minute. Yeah, that's what happens here. But I live in the freaking country.
What's this?
So,
Dom 5555. Flat Earth isn't a field of research. Who would be a top flat earther? Eric DeBarry, laugh massive. It's not a what? Somebody remove that there. Oh. Flat Earth isn't a real field of research. What do you mean?
That sounds ridiculous. We are only using natural science, right?
Yeah. I'm gonna deal with proofs.
No pseudoscience.
No. I should have played that. I couldn't get it to play the Bill Nye thing where he explains pseudoscience. For any of these reality deniers who are watching.
Yeah. As long as they can imagine, that's reality for them. So.
Orphan Red saying, I think Eric DeBarry would be a top flat earth researcher. I think everybody who you know, can research and look at the globe and realise that it's a fucking lie is top notch. But you know, everybody who's involved does great work, you know, Eric Dubai included. You know.
Well, I like to say that anybody that's out there talking about it,
Yeah.
Anybody that has the courage enough to put themselves out there, they're doing something right.
I would agree.
I take my hat off to them. That's it. It's, you know, standing up against the majority and the norm. It's not an easy thing to do, you know. So anybody who does it, you know, they've got my respect.
And I did notice a few people lately saying, like, would you go out in public and tell strangers, or they don't hear people saying that they talk to their family about it. I talk to my family about it.
Yeah.
I've got them all convinced, you know. There's two that maybe aren't totally sold on it, but they're looking into it. So,
That's
yeah, I don't know where.
All you can ask is just for people to look at it. That's it. That's.
I think one of the most convincing things you can say to people is, have you ever seen what the world looks like with your own eyes? You know, until you can lay your eyes on it, then how do you freaking know?
That's it. That's my whole point. That's always been my push. You know, why should it ever be any different in any aspect of your life? If somebody's making a claim to you, then you should ask for proof to see it.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what it is. There's no excuses allowed. You don't have to have a PhD in order to understand that. You've had that common sense ability since you were a kid. You know, any claim that was made to you, you know, even in your friends' circles, you would ask them to prove it, or you would know they were talking shit. You know, but somehow you've to bow to this authority and believe it on blind faith. You know, it doesn't. It's not the same. You know, the same thing applies to every claim and every aspect of it. You know, I want empirical proof at any claims that are made. You know, I don't accept it. And that should be the stance that people have.
Yeah, they're using actually mathematical theories to blind people with math, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And it's a language that and a language can be manipulated. You know, mathematics is fine as long as it matches the observable reality. You have to have the practical example. You know.
Yeah, that's right.
But it's meaningless.
I kind of think that the truth is probably something everyone can grasp, but for some reason we're not want. So all these difficult things are kind of thrown in the middle of the road so that people think, oh, well, I'll never understand this, or I've got to look to this guy or that guy to get it, when I don't believe that. I'm not the people who are selling us this load of junk knows what it looks like. That's where I'm at with it. I don't know if they even know.
I think they do. I think there's a faction that knows exactly what it is.
The truth is the hardest pill to swallow, so they're just rejecting, you know, everything, actually.
It's just because it's not been sold right. It's as if the truth's boring. You know, the truth's far more exciting than any of the shit, any of the distractions and delusions that they're offering us. You know, at the end of the day, we're on the verge. You could be on the verge of finding out where you are, who we are, you know, what this place is about. I don't think there's anything else more exciting than that. You know, but it's just not sold. It's sold as this fucking drama and all this needless debates and you know, wasted the energy over stuff that's fucking irrelevant. You know, it just needs to be sold the right way, I think, to people. I say, use the same tactics that they use in the media just now to manipulate people to ignorance. use the same tactics to bring them into awareness. And that's why it's good to have all these different characters. I keep saying it, and I've said it a few times. You know, people slag and say, "Oh, he's just a character. They're just a character." Well, they might very well be a character or a personality, but it's their content that's important for me. It's what they're actually saying. It's good that we have different characters. You don't want just a robotic, the same old. You know, you need different characters in order to appeal to all different aspects of society. You know, because I say, there's people who don't even understand what I'm saying because of my Scottish accent. There's people who won't listen to me because of my mannerisms. You know, but they might go and listen to Barbie or John or anybody else who's in chat because they prefer that type of personality. But you know, I think that the personality's responsibility if they're involved in this is to push the real truth.
I agree with you there. You know, as far as trying to be honest about stuff, I think sometimes people find it really difficult to be honest.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to speak for everybody. I'm just saying that
Well,
I think it's sometimes it's difficult, you know, for people to do it.
Yeah, people are scared of confrontation and all these aspects. You know, this platform especially is open to any discussion and anything that anybody wants to say. You know, it's all these wee groups and the encouragement of groups. That's an issue for me. Obviously, people have got preferences on types of personalities. That's up to them. But you know, as long as the truth's being told, then that's all I care about.
Oh crap, guys! My dogs are going off, so I'm gonna get off here so I don't mess his chat up. But
Nice one, Barbie. Cheers for coming on.
Yo.
yeah,
Please.
take care, guys.
Cheers, Barbie.
Good night.
Nice meeting
Hi,
you.
Bobby.
Take it easy.
You too. Bye.
So what time are we on here? We're on about 11:15. That's 3 years already. So still people here.
Yeah, the chat's buzzing along there, dude.
I'm sorry, John. I get lost in the whole, you know, the vegan meat thing because it's not a subject that I've really get involved in. So I just kind of sat back, and it's not something I could take part in.
I know, but as a moderator, it's good just to pull the reins in a wee bit because although that some of these subjects be connected, you can get away off on a tangent. Well, I can anyway. So it's good to just pull the reins back and to bring it back to the basics of what we're asking about. Where are we?
Yeah. Nice one. I appreciate it. You know that, mate. But we're no, again, you know, we went through the 10 proofs. There's been a lack of anybody offering anything other than proofs.
Yeah.
You know, I think
I'm quite surprised at that. There was it didn't get any response at all, really. But probably because people are viewing it the same way as we do. There are ridiculous examples. There's no proofs.
That's right.
And the proofs that we find point us towards, you know, showing us the possibilities of what it could be, without anything definite. But we know we can rule out, you know, spheres and shit like that. Not just because I want to rule out a sphere, just because there's absolutely zero proof for it. You know, you need to reiterate that. It's not like I'm just anti-sphere. You know, if it's a sphere, fine, show me fucking proof that it's a sphere, but there's none.
Yeah, the message is that you'll embrace it with open arms.
That's it. Aye. You know, and I'll make videos about how I was wrong and say I was wrong. You know what I mean? But again, you know, there's a lack of it, you know, lack of presence for it because they know they've only got regurgitation, and it's pretty much it's done. It's done for me now. You know.
And I think your stance is so powerful. I mean, there's so much of people arguing for the sake of winning an argument, but you're quite open to saying, "Look, I'll lose the argument. Just show me some proof to show me the errors of my ways, and I'll gladly accept it. I'm not going to go to battle over it to keep my illusion going."
No, because I don't want any illusions. I want to know the fucking real truth, regardless of what it is. If it's a horrific truth, I don't care.
Yeah.
I want it. You know?
Totally with you that. Somebody commented on your earlier video today. I loved their name, and they put it in capital letters like they were shouting, "Tell us the truth."
Tell them the truth.
Yeah, I'll tell them the truth. Yeah, great name, great title for a name. I think.
Yeah, thank you.
Was that you?
Was that you, Jonathan?
Yeah, it's me.
All right.
Yeah, it's me.
I did comment and say, "Oh, brilliant name."
Yeah, I know.
You were shouting as well. Capital letters.
That's what's up.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's it. Yeah, you lose track of the accounts.
Absolutely, yeah.
People talk about progress. You know, in the year and a half, the amount of people that have come in, that it's grown. People you see in your social circles who are talking about it. You're hearing about people talking about it. You know, it is really getting about. So, you know,
that's great. I'll take your word for it. It's not getting about in my social circles, but
as in mine, and I'm hearing about it. So hopefully it will start spreading. People will start talking about it and questioning it. Because you get these people who come and say, "Well, what are you doing? What are you doing?" You go, "Well, fuck, you know, here putting my case across, you know, getting involved, making videos. What the fuck do you want me to do?"
Can I be excused for a bit? I'm just going to take a phone call, mate.
Aye, no problem, mate. No problem. How are you, Jarek? You good, man?
Yeah, Globbers found the proof, another proof.
Where?
They found a curve on my head, so the Earth is a ball.
Yeah. You're made of tiny spheres.
Yeah.
I'll see what's happening in the chat here. Who's here? High Priest.
Not many Globbers today, I think.
No,
nothing.
You know, real people with a rational, critical thinking mind realise that there's zero proof for a globe. The only ones you get are, the fanatics who are either seriously brainwashed or they're pushing an agenda. You know.
Yeah, I know. There's even these people from Facebook forums that pushing the numbers about Jupiter mass and something, and I ask them, show me the videos measurement the mass of Jupiter, and they're like, there's just nothing. Say nothing, just it's crazy.
No, you've just to assume that it's true. You know,
they just copy paste on Wikipedia, so nothing else.
That's it.
They don't understand this even calculations and whatever is it. So they think if they found the numbers on the Wikipedia, this is the truth, but they don't even question it.
They'll tell you that they've seen it. You can see gas on Jupiter. Come on.
Yeah, with Nikon P900, right?
Look through your telescope and you can tell that there's gas and stuff on there. Apparently.
Yeah, but the Glober said that you need a telescope to see the planets are round and whatever. They're ridiculous.
Crackpots, man.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Crackpots. High Priest scientist Scrooge McDuck's globe-trotting quest to gain more wealth. I grew up to watching DuckTales. I remember that as a kid. You keep deleting your own videos because you know you can't debunk the flat earth proofs contained in them. You dug yourself into that hole, Jay. Yeah.
Yeah, the guy said if you believe in gravity, then you have to accept that there is no way to back from the moon. That's right, because you have no resistance to push, right? So you can't travel in a vacuum, right? You need the density for travel. That's basically the nature science. You have, have to some density to travel. That's crazy.
Yeah. Ask them for a practical example of how that works.
They can show us.
No, they can't show you. No one's often read. We'll be speaking about flat earth in a Scottish accent before long. Just say that's it.
Yo, Del, did you see that the 10 reasons why the Earth is round?
Sorry, what's that?
The 10 reasons why the Earth is round. And
Yeah.
the last one was the photographic evidence. It's basically images. So you lied in this video. I don't know who was that. You saw this?
Yeah, we had it on earlier. We went through the.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry, what was it?
This is ridiculous. They said that the photographic evidence and just paste the images from computer-generated images.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It's ridiculous.
It's not a photograph; it's an image. You know?
Yeah.
Or a photograph of an image.
Yeah, and another thing, it's perfect circle, and they say that the Thijs Grayson said that that's oblate spheroid, right?
Yeah.
So how does it make sense?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. You know, I think we've established this. You know, I think it's a foregone conclusion now that the Earth is certainly not a globe. It's total nonsense. Idiotic, childish nonsense is what it is. So, you know, what's next? What's next? You know, for people like us, what do we do now? You know, try and affect people, try and point them towards a lie. You know, for me, you know, I'm starting to look at the different aspects, the social aspects. You know, some of the videos I've done recently is, you know, about understanding how the manipulation works, you know, and that it lies with the individual. There's a whole aspect to this, you know. It's so very well just saying, well, you know, the globe's a lie. You know, but where do we go now? You know, how are we going to affect change? You know, make things happen.
Yeah, that's right.
It's over now. You know, we can sit and go over and over and over the same old fucking crap. It's a fact now that it's not a globe, right? It's impossible for it to be a globe. The sooner people accept that, the better. Then we can start fucking moving on. You know?
Yeah.
So for me, you know, now I'm just thinking about, you know, how do we get it new places, and always being careful and, you know, watching out for what's happening.
That's right. That's 50 years and there's still no moon mission, and this is the biggest red flag. And you know, even baby will ask why. You can't go there.
Yeah.
Simple.
Yeah.
That's so simple.
Yeah. Sorry, I just want to see where I'm in chat. Felix, High Priest Scientist, I got Madrid. Angel Raven 444. YouTube right, but its surface does burn, and here we go. Orphan Red. Dale, I think if we start to show other lies in scientism, yes, show people they can trust scientists. Yeah, that's it. You know, that's why I always say stick to the facts. Just show people that are simple, observable, you know, facts of reality, like I do. You know, I'm repetitive with the water thing, but
I do the same to my friends.
It's irrefutable, you know. And even if you get, you know, like engineer, mechanical type minds, builders, you know, and I've done it, you know, where I'll maybe bump into them in the street, or I'll get talking to them and I'll say, listen, you know, can I ask you a couple of questions? And, you know, I'll ask them certain questions to lead them to it, you know, and I'll say, you know, you understand, you know, how to level, you know, and use spirit levels and blah, blah. And I'll say, you know, well, why do you think that is? And they'll say, you know, what? Because it finds its level and blah, blah, blah. And I'll say, right, so you know, that's how water behaves. It has to be contained, you know, it'll take the shape of its container. And I'll explain these things to them. And then once you've got them nodding in agreement, because they know logically, rationally, realistically that is reality, you then say to them, you know, how's that possible that we live on a sphere then?
Yeah,
you know?
They say because gravity. On every YouTube video, they say everything the same.
No,
you know?
you're talking about, you know, NASA fanboys. I'm talking.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about how we affect people who we meet in the street, like builders, mechanics, engineers, people who are mechanically minded.
Yeah.
So I give them a sequence like that, you know, or leading them to that point. You know, like you're not telling them anything. You're saying, look, you're mechanical minded, you're a builder, whatever it is. You understand that we use this to level things. You understand its behaviour, blah, blah, blah. So you're getting them to affirm that they know that. So that at the end up, you then say to them, well, how can it be that a vast body of water, an ocean, can be curving and conforming to the exterior of a sphere? And you can see it, you see instantly the penny starts to drop. You know, I know you get the reaction you're talking about from NASA fanboys. You know, that's just trolls. But if you actually go to the real public and you put these things to them in simple terms, they get it. You know, and I've had many instances of that. You know, to end up talking to guys in the street for 2 hours, you know, and you get into different aspects of things, but they walk away questioning. They walk away knowing that that seed's planted and they're now looking at it. You know,
Yeah,
so it's just a matter of how you speak to people, you know, and your methodology, rather than just run up and say, by the way, NASA's lying, the Earth's not a globe, it's flat, blah, 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 blah. No, you need to be sneakier than that. You know, as I say, you know, play to them, you know, play to people's ego, you know, praise them. You're an engineer, you're smart, you're bright, you know how the physics and stuff, what, blah, blah, blah. And then you put your question to them, and then you watch the cognitive dissonance happening right in front of you. You know,
Yeah.
because, and if they're true to themselves, they'll never escape it. They will go away pondering it. You know.
Yeah.
So, as often Red said, you know, we can show people. It's just a method of how we do that. You know, and for me, it's no being conspiratorial, truth seeker, usual stuff. You know, oh, the Illuminati fucking said it was a globe. It's not. That's just going to get you laughed at, and people will run away. But
Yeah.
you need to be smarter. You need to be more cunning in order to affect people. You know.
Yeah, that's right. Step by step and be slowly. Yeah, I think the same.
I did say it from the off. You know, employ the same tactics.
You know, the Quasi-Luminous will say you are retarded, Earth is flat, but this is, you know, still, you know, kind of childish.
Yeah.
So nobody will take it.
No. So you're not leading into the conversation with people by saying the Earth's flat. You know, I never get into a conversation with guys and just say, or people and say the Earth's flat. You know, you have to lead them to it. You know, without telling them, so that it's like, you know, left up to them to realise it. You know.
Yeah, that's right.
It's manipulative, but you know, at the end of the day, for me, I want, you know, equality, and I want people critically thinking.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So that if I'm manipulating to get that ends, then by all means, call me a manipulator. But
yeah, but you're talking about truth, so.
Yeah, that's it. It's about, you know, it's no manipulating people into ignorance. That's not what I want. Right. You know.
Yeah, I understand this. Yes.
So. But that's talking about action. You know, if I ever, I do now and again, I take the opportunity, I gauge the opportunity, and go that, you know, this is a good chance to maybe get a wee chat here and plant some seeds. You know, and if you can plant a seed there and they go away, they ponder it, they might speak to somebody else who then plants a seed, and you know, it continues. But you know, if you're just meeting these people and saying, screaming them, the Earth's flat, you know, they'll tell somebody in a laughing sense.
Yeah.
You know, or somebody
you will get ridiculed basically.
Yeah.
In 10 seconds.
Yeah.
They will say you are retarded, and I just walk away. Simple.
Yeah.
I think like that's how it's that, you know, that's step by step, and that's it. Nothing else. Nothing rushing.
Yeah, I notice with people want that instant high. You know, people, I think, were deluded into thinking it was going to go mainstream overnight, and all you need to do is shout it from the rooftops and people will listen. You know, it's a bit more complex than that. You know.
Yeah, that's nice.
We need to try and think about how you're going to affect people, how you're going to get your message across, engage what works. You know, that's what
Yeah.
It's just make people question.
Yeah.
So let's have a wee see what's happening in chat here. If anybody else wants in, we're at 11 o'clock. I don't know how much longer I'll go here. About half an hour or no. We'll see what happens. But I pretty much covered tonight what I said I was going to cover, which was looking at the best proofs that they had to offer.
What was the best proof?
Oh no, the 10 best, the best number one was the photographs.
Yeah.
As I say, it's over for me. I don't want to keep wasting time and do continual hangouts where you go over and over the same old proofs. You know, for me, it's about other aspects now. Some of the social aspects, how we affect, where are we going to go with this? You know, aye.
Yeah, every image and every video from NASA is basically CGI, so it looks so plastic, and people believe in this garbage. That's ridiculous.
And I'm still hoping if NASA offers something, you know, better and in the way of proof, I'll have a look at it. But right now, you know, it's over. You know, at the end of the day, they can produce any image they like. As I say, we have a measurable proof right in front of us. It has to be a container, fact of life. No image will ever change that.
Yeah, 360 video with real footage, but they can do that because this is not reality.
No.
They can do 360, but on a balloon with fisheye lens. That's what they can offer, nothing else. Like on a Felix jump, right?
Yeah.
They use fisheye. So people believe.
Yeah, it's manipulation. You know, that's the thing with GoPro.
Sneaky tactic.
I've said it before, you know, I've seen people sharing ridiculous images of skydiving, trying to offer it as proof of curvature. You know, and you're going, fuck, geez, oh yeah, wherever you live is awful big. You know, it's taking up the majority of your globe there. You know,
Yeah.
So, as I say, it's over. You know, it's done. It's not even an argument. It's not a debate. It's what proofs have you got for any of the claims that is made, and there's zero for the globe. Done, dusted. So now it's what's next. Where does it go? And looking at the aspects of that, the different aspects of the manipulation, other lies that have been told. You know, and it goes into everything as we've seen tonight. You know, with John talking about the veganism and the food and nutrients. There's loads of aspects of this.
Yeah, that's pretty tough topic.
Yeah, but it's all part of it. It's all part of this ignorance that we've fallen into, and it's about understanding that.
They won't keep us blinded all life.
Yeah.
Work for them. Walking dead zombies, basically, nothing else.
Yeah, but that's up to us. Only happens because people allow it to happen.
There's so many even people from Facebook forums that actually believed about, I don't know, 1 or 2 weeks in forums about flat Earth versus globe, that they believe that the Earth is flat. From, you know, there was a troll, but they eventually, you know, end up to be a flat earthers. So what do you think about it? What?
Jared, is that you that's clicking?
What clicking? Yeah.
Is it you?
Yeah.
Sorry, what was it you said? What was the question? Sorry.
I was talking about that there are even the trolls, you know, joining to flat Earth versus globe discussion on Facebook forums, and at the end of the day, they just end up as a flat earthers. That's crazy.
Yeah, the Facebook groups, I'd imagine they're still running with the Badger groups and whatever else. You know, that's organised. You know.
Yeah, I know. So many, you know, paid trolls and whatever.
Yeah, and it's not just in, you know, globe Earth or flat Earth. You know, it's prominent. I done tests back then, and there was a lot of like spiritual sites and truth movement sites, and I would go in and I would put like a post saying, you know, has anybody ever questioned this claim that we lived in a globe? And you know, and you were hit with the same the exact same methods, the same tactics, and it didn't matter what group you were in. So that told me that there was a presence, an activity going on there that was organised.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, even in something like the pineal gland site, where it's all this love one another and high vibrations, and people should be free to speak their mind and blah blah blah. But as soon as you're putting anything in there like questioning the shape of the earth, bang, you've got these people coming out. These people are coming out the woodwork who are not displaying lovey, love thy neighbour and free speech. They're there just to try and shut you up and shut you down.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I would agree.
And that's what I'm saying. It's not just flat earth globe earth sites that, if you're on Facebook, look at some of these, especially back then. I don't know if maybe, it's opened up a bit more now, but back then, they were there waiting for that.
Yeah. They're still, crazy.
It's probably a lot of still the same accounts.
Yeah, it's still the same.
And it's the same methods they use. And then, they'll make illogical statements and ad hominems, and all the other accounts will like it, because they try to paint this image of support and that, right weight of numbers, pressure, and that plays on people. And I try to encourage people to do that, go about liking each other's comments and stuff, because they're employing the tactics, and they employ them for a reason. So, truthers, and people talk about change and affecting, and you go, well, look at the methods that's being used against people. Why don't you employ the same tactics to affect them the way you want? Instead of sitting back waiting for somebody else to do it.
Yeah, they're still using this tactic with liking the comments with so many accounts. Still doing this.
Some of them are operating 5-6 accounts at one time.
Yeah, that's right. I would agree. Yeah.
Yeah, they displayed it for me. They showed me.
Yeah, they don't have arguments. That's basically.
No.
Or they can show us, the globus and nothing more.
No.
That's their proof.
Look
at the sun. Sun is a ball, so we are living on a ball.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, they demand ridiculous things of you, like, you represent this model and you answer their questions. It's the same method. They use it constantly. I'd imagine they still are. They were using it back then, so I don't imagine it'll be any different.
Yeah.
Are you in a lot of the Facebook groups still?
I'm in 2 groups, actually. Yeah.
Are they troll operated, or are they?
I don't know. It's first is Earth is flat. Get over it, and second is official flat Earth and globe discussion.
Right.
And there are so many trolls, like you said.
Yeah.
Payet shows making just crazy shit, nothing else.
Yeah, same tactics then, still the same. So, do we have anybody else that's got anything to say? Marshall, has anybody asked for the link or anything? Or what's happening in chat?
Orphan Red's asking for a link, though, either your mail or a link. She's not entirely clear on it, but she did say she was interested in commenting on some of the social aspects of our collective acceptance of a flat Earth. Unfortunately, I can't pick up a mail link for her from YouTube. I don't know how else to do it. If you can link her in.
So what is it? So from the Gmail, my Gmail thing, would that be it? Is that what we're looking for here?
Yeah, well, I can't do that from here. I've got.
There it's there. So where do I send this to? Just the address for my.
I'm waiting for her to respond in the comments that my machine's lagging. No, not today. Oh, well, don't ask for it, and then, I might have to drop out myself and reboot my browser because everything's lagging at this end.
If it's just my email address, I can just post it here. Can I know?
Don't post your email address in there, though. People, well, if you're not, yeah, okay, cool. If you're not ready, Sash, that's cool. It's me getting frustrated because.
Well, that's fine. For the next time, that's no problem.
And John's saying I'm not reading the comments correctly. Yeah, maybe not, John. I've been staring at it for hours, and it's sort of like is a bit hypnotizing.
Yeah. And that's why I try and not pay attention because it does distract you. And you lose track of the conversation because you're trying to focus on what's going on in the chat. So I know
absolutely. I mean, there's been some interesting things said, dude, but it is like you say. I mean, it gets confusing. So I'll apologise, John. How about that?
Well, that's fine. For the next one, that's fine. I appreciate that. Again, Andy wants to take part. As I say, I can only go over, asking for globe proofs so many times, and that'll always be open for every live thing that I do. Even if the subject matter something different, people can still offer a proof. But to go over and over and over the same thing all the time, it's not really productive for me. I think productive for me is some of the social aspects and what's going on and how people are affected, how we affect people, how we can get the message out. There's loads of different things that I think can be looked at and talked about. That's where I'm at just now. So.
Absolutely. I mean, it'd be nice to hear some of some of the opinions on reading in the chat. On the panel, because there's obviously quite a few people here that have got an invested consideration in whatever they feel their perceptions are.
Yeah.
And that's what you say, really, an invite, I suppose, isn't it?
Well, that's great, aye. It's a progression. Where do we go? You hear this happening, getting said all the time. It's not going anywhere. It's not going anywhere because people waste time getting over the same shit all the time. We need to have a deeper look.
Yeah.
And stop running away. That's the point I was making before. What do we do? Just pigeonhole people and, oh, what was that?
Oh, that's John.
Wow. Right, John.
Hello there.
A good idea. Oh, that's really loud.
What have we done?
No, it's just when you're moving that your mic, your headset, whatever it is, it's really loud.
Oh, sorry.
All right. What was I saying there?
It sounds like you're trying to wrestle a cat into a bag, John.
I didn't know. Dean, you're very receptive.
Thought you were a meat eater, John.
I've not sacrificed it yet, so.
It's just in the bag.
Just breeding stage. So how's it been going?
Aye, fine.
Did you get anybody else coming on with any proofs?
Nah, that's what we're just talking about there. I think it's went as far as it can with we've established it's not a globe. It can only go so far. There's other aspects that need to be looked at. As I was saying, even the stuff you were talking about tonight with Barbie, nutrition stuff. There's loads of aspects, social aspects, understanding, and stuff that we shouldn't run away from and have a look at. I don't want to run away from anything. I don't want to pigeonhole people, and have people in separate camps. I would just rather try and understand what the fuck's happening,
Yeah. Look at this video, though.
What's that?
It's just crazy. Look at this. The first image what I saw is just ludicrous.
Jonathan, what are you speaking into?
To the Dell.
No. So what are you using to communicate? Is it just the computer, or do you have a microphone?
It's microphone from camera.
All right. I just feel it's quite muffled sometimes. Mm.
Yeah, I need to buy a new microphone. So.
I mean, the most passionate thing I'm into at the moment is where we are, but I just find it has a knock-on effect to so many other things, you know.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And it's all related.
Yeah, of course it is.
There's nothing isolated.
Yeah.
And the big thing in common that it's all got is that we're being lied to, and we're not being informed of what's really going on with the world, and especially where we live.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's the important bit for me. You know, everything falls to that point for me. But you know, I'm still willing. You know, as I said, you know, I can't expect people just to be at that level. There's obviously work and things that have to be understood, and you know,
I was wanting to discuss with you and pick your brains and think. I think how do we connect with the people who are either closed, resistant, or not aware, or disagree about lied to about where we are? How do we connect with those people?
Well, that's what I was saying to Jarek. You know, I'm giving examples of how I approach, you know, planting a seed or initiating that kind of discussion, and you know, going by, you know, the Joe Blogs in the street, where, you know, I've had many examples of this. Guys who are on construction sites, or, you know, mechanical, or an engineer, or whatever, you know, and it's a method of leading them to it rather than just saying, oh, by the way, do you know the Earth's not a globe and it's flat, you know. That can throw them. There's a responsibility there and a method that you can use. So, you know, by saying, oh, you know, you understand water and you know how it behaves, you know, we use it for leveling, and you know, you'll see them going aye, nodding, you know, and you lead them to the point where you go, well, how can that be true that we live on a sphere and water behaves like that, you know? And it's just a way of affecting people that's different, you know.
Yeah, you're right. You've connected the common denominator there with construction workers working with water and cement.
Yeah. So reaching out to people works in so many different aspects. And that's why it's good to have so many different characters involved. You know, you need different types of personality because they will, you know, reach out to other people. People will take it from a certain personality because that's the level that people are at. You know, it depends on who they like, whether or not they're going to listen and take anything. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whereas in my reality, I look at content and I listen, you know, for logic and what they're offering me. But
I remember somebody was laughing at the suggestion that the Earth might not be round, and I said, well, in a world of deceit, lies, propaganda, media bias, government bias, social conditioning, even brainwashing, do you think you're being told the truth about things? No. Well, so it's obvious we're not being told the truth about stuff.
That's it. So you know, they can get it every aspect. They know they're being manipulated and lied to at every level, but they have a problem when it comes to that one. You know? But as I say, for me, there's a method of initiating that and planting these seeds, and I've found my method, which is just to offer them, you know, scratch their ego a wee bit. You know, you're a bright mind, mechanical engineer, whatever it is, and then a sequence of questions that leads them to that point where you go, well, how can that be true then?
Yes, you're right. You're absolutely right. Yeah, great points.
Yeah.
And you're right. Just putting in the seeds, or maybe just asking a couple of questions. Yeah.
Yeah, because you're encouraging them themselves to look at it for themselves, you know. But if you can take them to that point where it's undeniable and they know it in their mind, and I've done it, and you can see cognitive dissonance happening right in front of you. You know,
yeah, absolutely. And Jack Dumpy is asking me if are they the minds we should be trying to win? Well, I would have thought so, but if the more people wake up to it, there'll be a more of a force and a pressure to asking to reveal the truth of things. Well, that's what we take anyway, but maybe who else will be trying to win? I don't know.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's like everything else. You know, how do they manipulate a win in any situation? You know, they use manipulative methods. So, you know, and it's all about the general public and the masses. So, you know, we're dealing with the general public. So how do you get it to them?
Yeah, that's a big. See, for me, that's a big question. How do we take that next step?
Yeah.
I think that step is maybe happening gradually and slowly.
It is. As I say, people like myself, I will actively, look for opportunities when I don't go out and go, right, I'm away out to preach to people, but if I'm in a certain situation and I gauge and I go, right, I'm going to bring this conversation up and I'll initiate it. But never to tell people anything. It's always, my method is always to just show them these questions that leaves them with, no doubt about what it is I'm saying. You know what I mean? But everybody's got their own method, and as I say, they appeal to other people who can take it that way. So,
yeah, I think it's good to be thinking creatively, to think about different ways of prompting or stimulating people to maybe really think about that.
Yeah, that's it. And you sell it to people. That's what people are looking for. People do like entertainment. People are in that mind frame. That's where we exist at this moment in time. So you need to use the methods. Do you know what I mean? I don't see any other way, unless it's an organic awakening. If you get into, some spiritual people, it's happening regardless. But
I think it is happening in that realm of people who are, I hate to say, spiritually enlightening themselves, but or just question their own self-awareness, and that's questioning in itself. So that's in relation to where they are, questioning the truth of it. So I think there are people in that realm that are waking up to the shape of their.
Yeah. As I say, it is spreading. I've seen it happen. When you've been about that long, you see the difference. So there is something happening. It is moving. It is spreading.
Yeah, Jack Dumpy, who I just quoted, and he's come up with a good example is street art. But you're already on that yourself, Dale.
Yeah.
Think about doing street art, but you did that garden as well, of course, didn't you, with the mad scientists? So,
Right.
So I think that's a great avenue for you to go down. This street art. Yeah.
Yeah, and I intend to take that to the street. The whole mad scientist guy. With the glasses and stuff, and have it as a win. Beat the scientist and win money. Anything. Just to get it out there and do whatever. Flyers. The Globe's a lie. A4 bits of paper.
Would you like a prop for that?
For what?
For the mad scientist.
A prop?
Oh my God.
What was that?
Would you like a prop?
John, something happened with your mic there.
It looks pretty scary from where I'm sat.
Can you not see that?
Oh, hi.
Einstein.
Einstein.
Yeah.
Oh.
Maybe take that in the street.
John, see, have a look back at this and you'll see when you're moving that camera.
Something wrong with my mic.
John, have you got Einstein's head in a bag? Is that what it is? Is that the sound?
Does somebody see that's an improvement?
Activism's all good, but you there?
I think humour.
John, it's so funny because you're totally oblivious, man.
But that's how I got from that presentation you did in the garden, man. I fell off my chair laughing. I thought it was so funny, but it had a serious message there with it.
Aye, that's it. The sarcasm. I said it before. Although I was being sarcastic, the point was fucking valid. But that, if you can affect people and plant a seed in that way, then by all means,
Mm.
whatever method.
But I think humour gets more people's attention than if it was just totally serious.
Oh, aye, that's it. That's it. It softens it up. You know, that's why I had the idea of taking that out the street. You know, have an offer. You know, beat the mad scientists. Show me, make the water conform to the exterior of the sphere. if you can do that, you win 100 quid. And then when they can't win the 100 quid, you ask them why.
No, I think that'd be brilliant if you do that.
Aye. Well, it's coming.
I think a lot of people would like to see that.
Yeah.
I love any people that go out with a camera. It's the same with the Love Police, I'm sure you know. But when people go out in the street and they're engaging the public into critical thought on any level, I love that. Love to see that.
It's good. But they were good. The Love Police, that, you know, what they were doing at the start.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
The whole reversal thing, you know, for me it seemed staged because, you know, he offered zero proof, you know, for why he had done a reversal. It was just, you know, flimsy nonsense.
He got a lot of flack for that. Which
Yeah, he did.
Still does.
Yeah.
He's from Edinburgh as well. Yeah.
Aye. There's that connection, eh?
Absolutely. Yeah. Public school in Edinburgh.
What's happening here? Chat. Mr. Britton, look out tomorrow night. I am told you will see a ball. What's this? Somebody making a claim somewhere, are they? Off from Red, I'm off to the post office before it closes. This was a wonderful chat, wonderful video, Dale. Super fun. Cheers, Off from Red. Yeah, as I say, welcome the next time. Look forward to
Red was having a party and then in the message.
Edinburgh connection too. Pragmatic. So, well, you know, it's been a good night again, guys. We're at 11:30, so it's the 4 hours. I can't believe there's actually people still here listening, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and fluid chat as well, dude. You know, unfortunately, I'm sort of at the end of my useful attentiveness, I think.
Yeah. Too many smokes, mate.
Yeah, that might be the culprit.
Is there other reasons as well? Is there? You're not willing to tell us about?
Yeah. I'm under non-disclosure for that.
We won't put you under any more pressure. We're not going to get the light bulb out and slap you around.
I take it there's nobody else coming in. There's nothing to say. Yeah?
No.
So as I say, you know, I hope the next time, you know, although, you know, I say philosophy, you know, all that kind of stuff, I still like to play with ideas about, you know, who we are and where we are as well. So I'm open to any discussion. You know, I'm just fed up now and bored of the, you know, ridiculous claims. Until somebody offers anything, you know, solid or any proof, you know, I'm not really interested. But it's always open for them to come and, you know, state their case. But,
if I could say just before we close, just to, as Angel Raven said, Happy New Year, all the best wishes for the New Year to everybody who's listening and folk on the show.
yeah.
All the best for the New Year.
I've got to second that, John.
All the best for every day. Happy new life. Let's find out where the fuck we live. So I don't know when the next time will be. Obviously, people will be, busy through New Year and stuff. So I don't know, maybe Monday or something.
Well, yeah, it'd be nice to pick up again soon, though. Absolutely.
As I say, other discussion, social aspects, how we affect, where do we go, what's happening. There's loads of other things to discuss. So I look forward to it. I appreciate everybody coming in again tonight.
Yeah,
Thanks.
nice one.
It's been great. Cheers, man.
Oh, thanks, man.
Good talk.
Cheers.
Yes.
Take it easy, all the best, people.
Okay. Catch you later.
See you later.
Cheers, man.
Peace out.
Cheers. Everybody in chat as well, everybody who was there. Thanks for coming, taking part. See you next time, Monday maybe. Hopefully we'll other discussions, other subject. But it's all part of the same thing. We know that. So
Happy New World Order.
what's that, mate?
Happy New New World Order. Did you see that?
Happy New World Order. Aye. Aye, I'm done, guys. I'm absolutely
I'm done too. Oh, have a nice night, guys.
Aye.
Everyone, peace.
Appreciate it, man. Take it easy. Peace.